a seal over
I always feel like we're in the airport. Just in case anyone thought we're the county. Don't want to be confused.
You're in the wrong place. We don't.
Next step is they just need to fix the lighting. Been saying that for
Is it just bad?
15 years.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know, it just gives me a headache.
Oh, interesting.
It's like when you look at, try to approve, color samples. And like you can't as a color.
You have something special going on?
No, just take.
Just life? Just our typical. Okay.
You can start. It's up to you.
What are we waiting for exactly?
Jeff, I guess.
Will be just a moment, everybody. We're just waiting on staff to begin the meeting. Sorry about the delay.
I guess we could start. It's up to you.
Yeah. I'll wait. I'll give him another few minutes. Here he comes.
I was thinking about it.
Kate, they're present, participating via Zoom. Do they need to do anything? They can share the screen from here, or is there?
If they're panelists, but nobody requested to be a panelist, usually the applicants.
That's, we're talking about it.
Yeah.
These were the pitch match.
Oh, gotcha.
So when we get to that,
So that presentation I shared with communications, so they are prepared to have that ready to go, and the clicker is at the podium.
Oh,
so
okay,
that
we can just-
share. Yeah, we've
okay.
already prepped that for our comms.
And are they both equipped to?
Yeah, the clicker should be here,
Okay.
and so, yeah.
There are going to be three of us, so one
Yeah,
there.
whichever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Three of us.
I don't do click. Stop.
We ready, Jeff?
Hi.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. So, first part of the agenda here is matters from the public not on the agenda or on the consent agenda. Are there any matters from the public not on the agenda? Yes.
I just really want.
Sorry, could you state your name and
Yeah,
address?
my name is Isis, and I live on Green Street in Belmont. I wanted to voice my support for Bikeville, which you'll talk about later, and also for the residents of West Haven and 10th and Page, none of which want their neighborhoods gentrified by rich college students. We don't need more housing that most students can't even afford, and we certainly don't need it in a location that would cast a shadow over Black and brown communities that the city already has a long history of marginalizing. And City Council has continued to say that zoning needs to be changed. That should be a priority, but in the meantime, anyone with any ability to stop or even just stall these luxury student housings from being built has a moral obligation to do so, and by that I mean you. Thank you.
Thank you, Isis. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Please come up and state your name and address.
My name is James Snyder. My wife and I own a house in at 206B 5th Street Southwest, in the Fifield neighborhood. It's one of the Oaklawn Cottage condominiums. And I'm here to talk to you about what I think is an emergency situation. The zoning ordinance that was put in place, which was supposed to create affordable housing in the neighborhoods, instead has dumped a huge by right set of developments in two of the most fragile neighborhoods with no review and very little that anyone can do about it. And so I recommend, I've presented this to council and I'll give you copies, that the city and the city council and the planning commission do a emergency ordinance to protect the Fifield, 10th and Page, and West Haven neighborhoods. Is suspending the ordinance in those areas, including the development areas, so we can have 2 years to actually do planning. Clearly, there was no planning done or discussion done with you all about which historic properties might be upzoned, like our houses, which are missing middle, are zoned for 7 stories. The Wade House, which is directly adjacent to a case you're going to hear about, probably one of the most important historic houses in the area, is zoned to 7 stories. You all should not be burdened with bad planning and nobody talking to you about historic properties getting rezoned to be redeveloped at ridiculous heights. So this does get to the point of acknowledging the history, displacement, and there are abilities within the state code to give the city authority to regulate these properties, and that's included in this resolution. I've also got maps of the Fifeville area, which also shows the area along West Main Street. If Fifeville, West Haven, and 10th and Page, and the areas in between them are suspended for 2 years so we can have time to actually do planning and talk to the community who is not talked to, then you can do your job and maybe give advice on properties, how they ought to be zoned. You shouldn't be having to deal with historic properties of value being zoned to 7 stories or missing middle housing like ours being zoned to 7 stories. And we need your support, frankly, to the Planning Commission and the City Council to zone these things back to a reasonable level. 1,600 units in the poorest, most fragile neighborhoods in the city, while in theory you're trying to do good with, affordable housing in the rest of the community. That's a bad plan. You got bad advice from your consultants. It's bad zoning. And you all need to be able to take a break as a city and do planning with these communities. So I'm happy to pass these on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your input and your resolutions you're passing around. I'm just going to ask, for the sake of allowing us to conduct our immediate matters at hand, anybody else that has comments on the 7th Street project to hold. We're going to have a discussion period, or we're going to allow public comments for that project when the project is presented. But if anybody else has other matters not on the agenda, you're welcome to come up.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just offer, the discussion on 7th Street is just a preliminary kind of a discussion of where things are with the project. You all are not taking any action, you're not voting on it.
Correct.
I don't know if the result of tonight's discussion will even be a formal application, but it's not before you to vote it up or down.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. Okay, so let's move to the consent agenda. Is anybody on the board?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Great.
Just to clarify, you're good to go with the modified artwork as shown on, on 14th Street.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah, do we need to say anything specific about that?
Nope.
Okay.
Then the motion that is, the draft motion that's in the staff report was adopted with the consent agenda, so.
Okay,
All right,
good.
thank you.
Yep. So now we're on to the new items. First up on the agenda is 1409 University Ave.
So this is not an unusual one, but one you all don't typically see. It involves signs. This is 1409 University Avenue. The business there is Insomnia Cookies, and they are within the corner ADC district. And because our design guidelines for signage, well, let me take a step back. All commercial signage in the city requires a sign permit. Typically zoning reviews those, and if it's outside a district, we don't see it. When it's within a design control district, we look at it and apply the design guidelines. And 99.99% of the time, the code allows us to review them on your behalf. However, when something, and what we do is say, does this meet the design guidelines, yes or no? When something exceeds what's proposed in the guidelines, then the option is to bring it to you all for a decision, similar to what we did with Grit a couple of months ago. So the request here is to install a projecting sign, a blade sign above the awning that you see there, that purple awning to the left of the Z. And they've got, back in 2015, Mary Joy had worked with them and approved a signage package, and that was all installed. Now with this sign, and there it is, you can see at the top left, it exceeds the number of signs that are allowed and per, or recommended per our design guidelines of 2 building signs per business. So now, we're not going to get into the details of what's on the windows, because there are signs adhered to the interior of the window that had, under the previous ordinance, if it was inside or just inside the glass, was not considered a sign. So the purpose here is not get into numbers, but to put that blade sign up there exceeds the 2 signs that we recommend within a design control district. My recommendation to you all is that the corner is somewhat different from downtown in West Main, and you see there are blade signs. There's a lot of signs on the corner and on the buildings, and projecting signs over the entrances is not unusual. So I think that given the circumstances of the location, and given that the other signs are not on the building but primarily on the window, we don't have a problem with you all approving the request.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Is there an applicant somewhere out there that would like to talk on this project? Do we have any questions from the public?
Is the
Yes.
applicant online, by any chance? Okay.
No applicant. So can we get questions from the public? Anybody online weighing in? Anybody other? Yeah. Questions from the board?
I have a question. Is there any illumination on this sign?
No.
And not from the inside either?
This sign will be above, and there's not,
It won't be internally illuminated?
oh, I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
And then they've also offered, this is the deal that we liked, there's a lot of wire and conduit on the facade, and all that will be cleaned up. I'm sorry, and there's also the sign on the awning front, the text on the awning. But no, this, not illuminated.
And there's 3 signs essentially?
Well, let's not get into the definition of signs. It gets a little clunky. Suffices to say that this is allowed by zoning, by the sign regs. It's not recommended for the design guidelines.
Other questions from the board? Okay.
Actually, I do have one. So we're talking about the round blade thing, right, that would be perpendicular to the building. Why does it appear, and I guess this is a hand-drawn thing, I'm not sure, was it submitted by the,
Yes.
this graphic that I'm looking at, that the the blade only looks like about half of the height that's shown, so I don't understand that.
Size or location or,
What's, I guess, why are we seeing that drawn line above the height of the building? What is that?
that's
Sorry.
they're showing it center line on centered on the
Just the,
facade.
but
It's a dimension string, so it's showing it's centered between.
that's all
Yeah.
it's showing.
It's-
But that's not the height.
No.
And do we have specifics on, yeah, we do have specifics on the dimensions of this sign, right?
Yeah, it's just to the right of that.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Basically 2 feet by 2 feet.
Yeah, which is not, actually not that big. I have an issue if it covered up any, of the architectural features of this
It's not-
building.
yeah.
And it doesn't, so I'm in favor of it.
Well, in that case, let's move to.
Well, I got-
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You have another question?
No, no, I thought we were on a comment, sorry.
Sorry,
Okay, yeah, let's
I
move
moved
on
us
to
along.
comments. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Schwartz.
Just one quick comment is the attachment, I would say the attachment point should be through the mortar joints and not through the brick. I didn't notice that in the conditions, but I'd like to add that.
Add that to the motion.
Oh,
Anybody else? Mr. Rosenthal? No. Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion?
is it in here? I'll make a motion. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed blade sign at 1409 University Avenue satisfies the borrower's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following conditions. Unnecessary wires, conduit, or cables will be removed from the storefront facade. Excluding removal, any alterations to the existing signage and/or decorative graphics per the current photo, including the open sign, will require a new sign permit and/or COA. And the attachment points for this new blade sign should be through the mortar joints in the masonry and not through the brick itself.
Mr. Schwartz, can I offer one additional, is that it will be installed as indicated on the drawing, because I do, you see the potential for them elevating this thing higher up, so I think we should stipulate that.
Okay. And that the blade sign will be installed as indicated in the graphics provided to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second,
Let's take a vote. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Yes.
Stephanie? And I vote yes as well.
All right, so now that you voted, Kate, put that image back up. So signs are going to be something we're going to have to discuss also with our guidelines update, and we're working on organizing it, and I'll bring you guys into the loop at some point, because a lot of complicated questions. But for example, on signs, just one of the things that we're wrangling with, if you notice in the upper sign there, you see, I thought it was a moon. It's a half-eaten cookie. Shows you I wasn't really paying attention. But you see the illuminated sign inside the glass is open. Under the old ordinance, that's not a sign. So we're going to have to go through and say, all right, what is this called in the sign regs? What's it called in our guidelines? In fact, we have signs in the sign ordinance that use terms we don't use in the design guidelines. So we're trying to, that's one more thing on our to-do list of trying to get the two documents talking to each other. And we know we might have to modify the guidelines a bit, but we're still trying to, find the time to do that. But that's why I didn't want to get into it earlier. But, so yes, it says 3 signs, 4 signs. Well, is that illuminated sign a sign? If it's...
Basically anything visible through the glass or on the glass.
If it's, in the old regs, if it was inside the glass but 6 inches away from it, it wasn't a sign. But now we've got some dimensions to it. The zoning folks never used to, anything that was on the door, they didn't consider a sign. Well, so that was one of my questions when I was looking at it with Kate, like, what's this on the door? So we have some work to do.
Square footage requirement.
Right. Yes, sir.
Do I remember correctly that when the signage ordinance was approved as part of the new zoning code, that it was there wasn't a lot of time to review it, like it was always very much in draft form until the end. And the
No
point of that-
comment.
Point of that question would be, is there a way that maybe the BAR could offer some input on the signage ordinance?
We are working towards that.
Okay.
We are, we had a wonderful intern a year ago, went through and compared them. Unfortunately, she saved it in a document at like 8 font, so I'm not sure. But we have the basis to work on it, but, as you know, we've been trying to work on the guidelines update for some time, so we're, I'm careful what I throw your way, and I think we'll have to make a determination of whether some of that will have to go to a consultant or not when we look at the guidelines. So I just wanted to just let you know, wasn't trying to gloss over the questions about signs,
Yeah.
but this one's a little bit, it was more important of, are you all okay with this blade sign? And you are. So
I appreciate the-
stay tuned for the sign, the rest of the story. All right.
Appreciate the background, and we look forward to the definition of what is a sign.
And where and when. All right. Okay, thank you all. Next up,
Next up,
I don't have my, which one's next?
1331 West Main.
The painted storefront in brick.
The FIG.
Yep.
Okay, so,
You
sorry, I'm not used to sitting up here, but this is a COA request to paint the exterior of this circa 1960s, probably 1965 building on West Main. It's in the West Main ADC district, although I typically kind of think of this as the corner. And in that regard, I also talk about in the staff report the context in which I looked at it. But so originally, per the old maps, this was a vacant lot. And at some point in time in the 20s, this trolley car, some reports it as a former railroad car. I don't think it is. I'm not sure what it is, but it's a sort of a mobile place. And I know at the last meeting a couple years ago, it was a lengthy discussion. Everybody was remembering that you could get like what was the special thing that you could get here? The ice cream sandwich on a donut, And, yeah, my aunt and uncle who were here, and my uncle was at UVA in the 60s, that's the first thing, I remember that place. So it's, and then in 65, that was removed and replaced with the structure that you see on the right, and continued to be used as the University Diner, and I think it's been a couple things in recent memory. Some years ago, the BAR approved there's that decorative masonry on the exterior of the entrance. When I refer to the entrance, I'm talking about that piece that's protruding out on the right-hand side. That's covered with a cement board and has been painted. The request that's before you now is to paint the unpainted brick on the building and to paint the wall. We had a discussion back in 2021. Then the BAR had sort of a hung jury on it. It was a 4-4 vote, so it wasn't an approval, it wasn't a denial, and the applicant deferred it. But that's passed. This is now a new application, so we're not picking up where the last one left off. The applicants offered 3 color palette schemes, and as you know, I typically can review, if this were a painted building, I'd review the colors and approve them myself. But so unless you all feel strongly about a proposed color scheme, the question really is whether or not to allow the building to be, the unpainted brick to be painted. And with that was also a request to paint the metal frame of the storefront and the entrance. I did a little homework on that, and it can be done. If it's done right, the paint will adhere. I think that was probably the thing is I would be concerned had the least longevity but if you do it right, if it's prepped right, you can paint the anodized metal frames. I think the painting of the wall, and I included the minutes from the last time, some really good points on what painting would allow, or and Breck even said it would allow features of the building to be, more easily read. So I have no problem with the painting of the wall, and particularly if it gets that wall repaired. And now if they paint it and haven't done that, that'll be a problem. As far as painting the unpainted brick, and the side of that building is painted. So if you go around that corner, there's paint on that masonry wall. So you're really talking about this area of exposed brick on that front elevation. I lay it out in the report. It's sort of two ways to look at it. One, it's an interesting, the brick coursing. It's a long, slender brick. It's, I think, and it was pointed out last time that the coursing of the brick in and of itself is a nice feature. There are also some of the comments the BAR made that really the feature of this building is the window, and the masonry around it is sort of the playing second fiddle to that. So there's some thought to that. I think another point that you all made several years ago that resonated was this is a non-contributing structure, and I think this goes to a conversation again we're going to have as we move forward on the guidelines on a lot of things. So when you have what's considered a non-contributing structure, and to you all in the audience, when something is determined to be non-contributing, the BAR will still evaluate any alterations and changes, but the owner of this building could have it knocked down and it would not require BAR approval. So, so we're discussing what can or can't be done to this building, but if they were to knock it down, they would not have to come to the BAR to get approval for that. So it's, I have no problem with it. This is not, I know we don't like to paint brick, but that's traditionally been, one, not reversible, but also if this were a 1910 building or an 1890 building, I would adamantly say we can't paint it, but this is a more or less contemporary, at least contemporary to me, and so I think there are paints that can be used. So that's where I stand, and my recommendation, I think, is laid out in here with some options. So do you have any questions for me?
Yeah. You said it's non-contributing?
I believe so. Did I say contributing?
The staff report says contributing.
You say non-contributing.
Why do I think? Now I have to think. Now my brain hurts.
The maps in our binders?
Yeah, Matt, yes. Why did I, because there was a there was a comment in the,
There's a list on this.
well, hey, you know what? It's contributing, so there you go.
Okay.
I didn't think it was.
Some of us last time may have said it maybe didn't need to be.
Oh, it's not in the, I'm sorry, you're right. It's not in, the comment that was made last time is it's not contributing to the West Main Historic District on the National Register. They didn't include that, but we did include it as that's where
Okay.
yeah. So it's on the locally designated, so they can't knock it down without your approval. But it is not on the National Register District as contributing.
It's good to know.
Carl keeps me.
Do we have an applicant?
awake.
Do we have an applicant out there? Yes. Please come to the microphone and state your name and address.
Good evening. Name is Joseph. You can still get the grill suite. Did you know that? We kept
Yay.
those. That's why all the alumni come in right now and just see the sign, and they're happier than anything. They see the grill strip, and it's also priceless. Doing some marketing here. So.
You have 3
Do
minutes.
you have any questions for me regarding this building? The only reason why we want to do this is if you look at the bricks, somebody previously already did some kind of whitewash on it. The bricks do need work. We have no issues with that. We're going to fix all those bricks and use proper paint to bring it up to be nice. But right now, if you look at the bricks, they're not bricks. They're all like just whitewashed, red. You're going to see a lot of spots around the building. It's not presentable to us. So we just want to make sure, clean it up nicely, get rid of some of those flower pots and come up with something else nicer and just make a nice, clean look that will even attract more people from, you can pass by this building, you're not going to even see it if there's no sign or anything. So easy.
Are there any questions from the public? About this? Questions from the board?
I have a question. I think I know the answer to this. You've got some renderings with the different color schemes on one of these sheets, and It looks like it's just someone did a 3D model and maybe wasn't super careful with it, but are you intending to modify the brick, like add, like the brick banding, the brick piece to the left of the windows is a lot thicker looking in
Yeah,
these
I know.
renderings?
I have some questions.
Are you adding brick
So
or is
this
it?
is a 3D, so the thicker
Mm-hmm.
brick that's on top right now, if you look on the right side, which you're not gonna see it here, there's a flower pot.
Mm-hmm.
We removed that flower pot, and there's about 7 bricks that are missing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have to add those bricks to it, or just leave it and keep it, you know.
I guess I'm talking about to the left of the window. There's a
That-
vertical piece.
To the left, nothing will be done, nothing will be
Okay.
added to it, but I know on the right side, once you remove the pot, there's bricks missing.
Go to the,
It looks wider in
go to the,
the.
Oh, that,
color.
yeah, no, nothing, no, yeah.
Okay.
No, it's just that you see underneath, there's a lot of white, and it's like somebody just threw the paint.
Okay.
But we would basically just fix the bricks, make sure that it looks really nice when you paint it. And you guys know when you put the paint on, it just sucks it in and there's holes. So that's not gonna happen. We're just gonna fill everything, make sure that it's presentable, and then do proper primer and painting and all this stuff.
Along the same lines, I didn't notice the wall change of dimension, but I did notice the front wall, the landscape wall. The existing is on 3 levels, and you're showing it as 1 level, so are you planning on rebuilding that at all, or?
no, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting. I really tried to emphasize these were just conceptual for the color palette.
Okay.
For example, the band across the top there, that's at an angle on the, that's the garage to the back.
Right.
That when they did the whatever paint thing on the webpage, it captured that. So look at these singularly for color palette only, and then refer to my other drawing with lots of arrows for what is and will not be painted. So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, just don't get bogged down in the details on these.
I guess I had another question just about the glass. You're keeping the glass as is?
The glass will be kept. We're gonna try to paint, if you guys approve the frame of the window. If not, we're gonna try replacing it at some point. Painting wood, it's gonna work, because you already got the estimates and we know it's gonna work. It's gonna be black, solid, it's gonna be nice. And it's gonna be upkept pretty much, so.
And will the same color paint wrap the building and go down that side?
So on the other side,
Would this be the same as this?
it can be, that's a cinder block. We're trying not to put white around. If it looks nice down the road, we can, but usually you have a lot of people standing around, putting their feet, so it's gonna get a little dirtier, but it shouldn't be a problem. It's only a cinder block around. There's no bricks around. Those are the only bricks up front that you see. There's no
Right.
bricks nowhere else.
The entryway also is cinder block, where you have your sign, the door, vestibule, that's cinder block,
Yeah.
right?
I think it's something else. I don't know if
It's been covered with a.
Yeah, it's already been
covered with the
approved.
veneer?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we use something different. It's a cement
It's
boards,
it's
yeah.
a kind of a stylized cinder block. It's in the older photos, but
Yeah.
it was covered up with a cement board.
okay, recently.
Yeah.
Are the 3 colors that we were presented with, and I can ask Jeff this because he did them, are we supposed to choose between them, or is that just a palette that you would like, or do you have a preference between the 3?
So right now, what we have is the right side, the third one would be ideal because the right side is already painted and it's approved in grayish, so we would basically just do the white bricks to that. And then we will refresh the gray, it's the same color, just to make it new.
So you like that?
I like the last one, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't prepare those. They provided.
That's
Oh,
all from
okay.
us, yeah.
I didn't
yeah,
know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There was a part of your report that said the staff
I-
assembled it, so
I
I
ass-
didn't know
okay,
whether
yeah.
you had done them
Got
as you
that.
have in the past for the applicant or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know what else to call it, other than I assembled a bunch of drawings and
Got it.
images.
Any other questions? How about comments from the public? Comments from the board?
And for clarity, the signage is not included. Again, just there conceptually, so this is just fix the brick, paint the brick, and paint the unpainted metal.
Did you want to go?
Yeah, I'll just say, like 3 years ago, I'm in favor of this. I think Mr. Schwartz was at that time too. I think we had a longer discussion and other members that had some heartburn about painting the brick. And there's really not a whole lot of brick on this facade anymore, but I'm in favor of it. I'm ready for a motion if there are no other comments.
Please.
Okay. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I'd actually be okay with any of the three color schemes and letting the applicant work with Jeff on that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what I was.
Sorry.
My motion. No, it's, having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed painting at 1331 West Main Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the ADC district, and the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following conditions: that any brick or mortar be repaired and repointed prior to painting, the paint be appropriate for application to unpainted brick where it's currently unpainted, prior to painting, the metal storefront and entrance or frame, the metal will be appropriately cleaned and primed to assure a quality finish, and that we would be supportive of any of the three color schemes
Okay,
that you
thank you.
wished. Yeah.
I second. And let's take a vote. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Boney?
Yes.
And I also am yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, next up is a request for 530 East Main Street, so that's just across the mall here. This one was an interesting one. It involves a fence and our new ordinance, and Andrea can tell you all about how she's become an expert on designing a fence and getting special approvals. It's something simple, proof that something simple can be complicated, unfortunately. But this building is, again, directly across the street on the mall. It had been originally built in 1910 and then was added onto in the 50s, and then in the 80s, the multi-story building that you see there, actually that's from Water Street looking west. So portions were kept, the upper stories were dropped, and then the brick building that's out there now was built and incorporating a courtyard that's accessible off of the mall. The applicant contacted me earlier this year about installing, they have in their courtyard area, they have these raised brick walls, and on the brick walls in the back, there's existing fencing. And the question was, can they replace that? Can they install new? I try to treat railings and things like that. If I can approve it administratively, I will. So if it were replacing what's there, staying within the height of what's there, I would have been okay with it. Then we found out that this is DX zoning, which does not allow fences in front yards. So we had to learn all about what's needed for that, and even determine what exactly is the front yard. So if you're looking at the image here, the line, I'm sorry, down there or up here, whichever, where I've drawn it in red is the front yard as determined by zoning, and therefore, if they want to put a fence in the front yard, they need a special exception from city council. So if you all were to approve this, they could proceed with, take a step back. Along with the fence that they are adding onto these, I call it an upper wall and a lower wall, they're also replacing, there's a gate between the two brick piers there as you walk up to the building, and then where you see that rather simple handrail on the sloped section of walk, that will be replacing with that something a little more ornamental, and it's in the packet. So your approval of a COA, if you do, would then they could construct the gate install the new fence in yellow, install the handrail. However, they would have to then go to council and get approval of a special exception in order to install the segment of fence on that front wall. Clear as mud, I know. So as far as we have typically, well, in our guidelines, fences that are at the street, or what we've traditionally, at the street or at the sidewalk, no higher than 4 feet, and that's in total, fence and wall, or if it's just a fence, or if it's just a wall, but in total 4 feet. At the front, this exceeds that. We've typically, in front yards up to the face of the building, required those fences to be no taller than 4 feet. That's the preference. It's not a requirement. You all can allow something taller. And then the side yards and the rear yards, 6 to 8 feet tall. So for purposes of this, the fence that you see in yellow is in the side yard. So it could be 4 to 6 feet tall, but I think the design guidelines and what I'm talking to the applicant about is, does it work aesthetically? Does it fit the design? Does it overwhelm? Does it underwhelm? Is there a height would be acceptable? I think the design of the fencing that's proposed and the gate, all of that's fine. So the question is really about the height and the location, and if you all have any particular comments about the fence on the front wall, like I said, that will then become a recommendation. It could be a COA. If council approves the special exception, then your COA is valid. If council says, no, you can't put it in there, in that front wall, then it doesn't matter that you all approved a COA. So I think that the recommendations I've made said, I have no problem with the design. Yeah, I have no problem with the design. I have no problem with the handrail. I have no problem with the gate. The question really comes down to, is a fence appropriate at that front wall? And is a fence of the proposed height appropriate at that front wall? And per your guidelines, you would suggest that that fence from the sidewalk, the top of the fence, be no higher than 48 inches. So it's a little bit quirky, and I know Andrea's here, and you answer any questions that you have. Do you have any questions for me? Yes, sir.
So did you say, are they getting rid of the existing little fence that kind of zigzags?
I believe they are, but I actually haven't confirmed that. I mean, they can remove that if they wish.
I have a question.
Yes.
This image is what they're proposing, the height?
No, that's not the scale. I'm just trying to illustrate it, and it continues on the right-hand side. That lower wall is in 2 sections and goes up. There's another entrance there that it curls around to. Yeah, so there. So that it comes and it curls there along that lower wall. There's, you see there it says door. So
the red dashed line is how tall? 42?
that's 42, and it's on top of, I think I measured it about 15 inches.
So 42 total.
No, the
I think it's more
fence
than
is
that.
40.
The wall is
fen-
3 feet, right?
No, the fence itself is like 42 5/8. I mean, that's, remember when they set the fence, they'll level it in the ground, so, so just assume 42 inches. And then the height of that lower wall is, right there, yeah, 15 inches. Now, that's at a grade, so it's pitched, but it is continuous in height above the sidewalk, whereas the upper wall starts at 3 feet and it drops, I think, 5 or 6 courses by the time it gets down there. So, but it is 3 feet at that corner.
Would
So-
the applicant like to come up and present? Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Nelson. I'm representing 530 East Main Street. So just for context, we've been trying to spruce up the building internally and externally, so this is part of a bigger project. We're using Stokes of England, which is a local blacksmith, so we're really excited about that. And we have put a lot of thought and effort into the design, as Jeff said. We think it will add a lot of great value to the building and just to the area in general. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the public? Questions from the board?
What's the reason for the fencing?
Well, the reason for the fencing, so as it was shown, we actually already have the gate, and then we have internal fencing that we are actually gonna rip that out. And the reasoning is because it's very old and it looks very deteriorated. And so because we're doing that anyway, we just wanted to continue it, and we think that that's the best way that it looks. I will say also, so we are also, like for security measures, as you can see, we have really big windows. And so anyone that doesn't have ill intent, right, I don't think that this would apply to, but just for like a security standard, like it's just if it's a little bit higher, we think that anyone that has ill intent to carve into the building or anything which has happened might be deterred.
And you're replacing you're replacing the existing gate?
Yes, yep, we're replacing there was a picture of the gate, I don't know if it was in this presentation, but we are replacing, and it's already an iron gate.
Right.
And then anything that's internally, like the zigzag that was mentioned, it doesn't show it here, but it's really deteriorating and like orange and kind of falling apart, as is the gate. You can actually kind of see it on the railing at the front, how there's like spots of orange in it, and that's how it all looks.
Any other questions?
I had a question. I think you said this, so I apologize if you're repeating yourself, but there's a fence kind of in the planter already as that's going?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just because it is degrading and very old.
In this front section, did you ever just think about adding shrubs or, other landscape instead of the 42-inch high fence?
You know, we really haven't.
Any other questions?
Is the landscaping going to stay behind the fence?
Yes.
All right.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Are you getting rid of any of the trees?
Oh, no. We are not planning on changing the landscaping.
So any comments from the public? Comments from the board?
I think the applicant's been very nice not to mention this, but we know the reason that this is being done is that there are trespassers that not necessarily may be trying to break into the building, but they're using these planted areas to urinate and defecate and possibly even sleep there. You know, the first two are much worse probably than the third. But it not just happens at night or during non-business hours. There probably could be other solutions, but, you know, frankly, another solution is to build out to this building volume or increase that brick wall so it would be, you couldn't see through it, and, which would also achieve the ends, but it wouldn't be as appealing as it is. So I think this is a good solution. There are difficulties with running a business in any business district, but particularly the downtown mall is having an error right now, and I would support this application.
I think it's too high. In particular, the corner condition where you have the sort of lower wall meeting the higher wall and the sort of jump in scale of the fence, I think sets up a kind of precarious condition. I would recommend, I think if it could come down a foot in front, I would be happy to see that, and then probably a couple feet on the yellow side. It's hard for me to understand really the sort of elevation of it in the drawings in total, but I think bringing down that yellow section as shown in here would be a positive change.
I think the gate portion, just fine, proceed, but what's marked in red down there, I would not support that. I think it would be very odd to put a fence on top of that low wall. And I apologize that you have a problem, that you would need to fence off that little grassy portion, but it's too tall, and there's no, our guidelines say don't add fences in areas where fences don't exist, and I know this building has fences, but downtown doesn't have fences, so it's very odd to have this very fenced-off area on the mall. So I would not support that lower portion. Perhaps if you absolutely must have the fence, maybe you just keep it all to the upper wall, so it turns back towards the building where that, the yellow ends, and then cuts back there, as opposed to blocking off the lower planter. Does that make sense?
It does.
And then the other comment is, while the handrail looks nice, I don't think it meets code, so I would just check into that. Handrails need to be graspable, and there's specific requirements for that. So, yeah, just make sure, so we don't have to see this again after it goes to the building permit office, that does comply with code. Yeah, that's where I stand.
Can I respond or no? I can, no,
Let's-
I don't
yeah,
have to.
Why don't we get all the
Okay.
comments from the board, and then you can respond? Well, I'll chip in here and say that, so I think the addition of the fence is a bit unfortunate, just based on the overall existing design. I think the overall existing design looks and works really well, and adding railing is going to kind of fussy up that corridor. There's already a railing on the other side. On the other hand, I would be in support of it just based on the needs that you're expressing. But I think my question before, if you considered shrubs or some sort of landscaping in place of that could act in the same way, that creates a barrier, an area that wouldn't allow folks to walk through. I think that would be a much sort of more appropriate way of handling this. And then I just also would like to say that, the design itself is, understand that you could put up any kind of fence, and this is a nice fence from a good craftsperson. So that's, I think that's a plus as well. While I think that there's a better way of handling the front, I would be in support of it. Anybody else want to weigh in?
So, where do we stand? Or did, let the applicant speak?
Yeah, let's hear.
Well,
what your
I just
response is.
wanted to touch on the railing. That was put together, Jeff had actually asked, and so we had him just do kind of, just for the design's sake, just so you know. So that was very preliminary. It would look like that if it meets code, but we hadn't gotten to all that for the railing, so.
Just standard cap, that, at the appropriate height. And then I had also asked Andrea about that corner where it turns on the lower wall, and just to make sure that where the red and yellow came together, that's engaged, and that's in the drawings. So I think they have accomplished that.
It's just that, yeah, I mean, the handrail probably, when it actually gets through the permit office is gonna look a
Right,
little different.
yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I think the fire department, we've learned more about fences in the last, when did you first contact me? In May. So I'm sorry I make light of it, but just the humor keeps us going. But it has been, yes, Andrea's become an expert. We're going to hire her to get her on the BAR next, maybe. But I think I will just add candidly, again, this has to go to council. I I can't make any predictions on that, I think, but it's, but to be clear, if you've got, if you're okay with the yellow, that does not require council. So just so to distinguish if you feel strongly about something.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I like Carl's suggestion of pushing the fence back to the second wall. Would that require?
No, but I raised that, and I don't want to put Andrew in a difficult position, but that would solve the question, at least on this side. Remember, there's also, as you proceed to the right of this photograph, there's a large picture window and offices there. So I don't think that the applicant really wanted to concede something along the front, because that served a purpose. But this brick wall that you see, where I have the 3-foot dimension, that brick wall continues back straight, so the shadow hides a little bit. But yes, as one remedy would be to just turn the corner there with the upper wall fence. They could do that. Council doesn't need to be involved.
And I think also David's recommendation for a planting that would be a deterrent for people occupying that space would be very appropriate for that location.
Everybody up here's gone and looked at this, right? Okay. 'Cause yeah. I was surprised by how small the space is, which again is why it seems to me that putting a fence on that lower wall feels very awkward to me. And even more awkward on the piece that's, I guess, the little triangular piece to the right of this picture. That would feel very, very strange to me, and out of place, and out of character.
But there's spaces big enough for, I guess, people to sleep in?
I don't know what people do on the mall at night.
Yeah, I think
we are going to, supposedly we're getting bathrooms on the mall?
well, again, we just suggest it's best to just take this
Yeah.
from sort of continuing the discussion we had earlier. What's the design element here, and how is it looking at it through the lens of the guidelines? There are fences and railings at other places nearby, so it's not unusual to have that here. We already have an iron fence there. We have the iron gate. So, so it's sort of to suspend disbelief, if you will, for what may or may not be the intent of this.
Well, you said there's fences and gate. I guess there's, as you go further east around the pavilion, there's fences, but there are none elsewhere in the mall, are there?
There are no yard fences, but there are railings, and there are certainly railings already existing in this courtyard.
Yes. That
And,
are
yeah,
this tall.
right, and you've got a 42-inch railing there, but we know that because it's pitched. We have, railings and barriers around the cafe spaces. So this is not totally unheard of. But I think, to me, a sense of scale, the design is perfect. If they had come in, like you said, and had, something they bought at Lowe's and started putting it in there, I'd have a problem. But this is an elegant design, and I think that, yes, from my recommendation to you all, the height, if it was reduced, it would fit in nicely here. And not for me to comment on the why they may or may not.
I'm sorry,
Sorry?
how tall is that current one? That we don't know when it went in?
Oh, that lower one, I don't know, maybe a foot, maybe 15 inches.
This one?
Oh, that thing there, that's
Yeah, 36?
42.
Okay. So
That's a
it's-
good
guardrail.
That's a good picture, I think, to
To-
talk about the fact that there's going to be a lot of fence there now, when you put the one along the building.
Going to feel a little more tunnel-like as you walk down
Yeah.
that pathway.
Yeah.
But is that a public path? It goes
Yeah.
in front of those two buildings, but it also leads down to?
So this is where property lines on the mall are. Traditionally, if you were to walk along the mall, you'll see that soldier course along the front wall. Our assumption is usually that's the property line. It may very well be the face of the wall, but I don't know. I would assume, given that they were allowed to build this wall in the 80s, that that's on their property. This is not in, but that would be part of the building permit review and all that, but
But the sidewalk.
the sidewalk is a public walk, yes, my understanding.
Do we have a sense for what the slope of that sidewalk is?
It's just over 2%. I mean, it's almost imperceptible. And in fact, not until I took that photo intentionally, because I ended up chatting with Andrea about like how, when they build this fence, are they gonna, fabricate it at a rake, or is it gonna be segmented? But that slope is so imperceptible, but it's there.
So having a handrail there wouldn't necessarily make sense. So, I'm just thinking, like, is there a way you could make an offering to the public instead of a sort of deterrent, and with a handrail, and maybe it could also do the same thing? I don't know if that's a reasonable request.
Can you expand on a handrail or where that would be?
And rather than adding a fence that's clearly like articulated as a fence, like don't go here, that's a language of, architectural language that says keep out to me, whereas a handrail may sort of structurally act in the same way, but be sort of more inviting. Like, I don't know if I'm not articulating this well, but
You are?
but it's still like structurally like creating a sort of barrier, right? But it could be an offering rather than a deterrent.
So as currently drawn, I need the little laser pointer. So this, at that sloped walk here, that has it's a less adorned segment of fence that will have a handrail on top of it. You're almost suggesting that railing replicate along here a handrail, and then it's a physical deterrent. Someone
Right.
could still go under it, but it does create a barrier, and then it doesn't show the upper wall here, but that
Yeah.
upper wall, and then, I mean, I don't
Exactly,
wanna,
that's what
again, put you on a spot, I know, but that would be, I understand what you're saying. So, Kate, go to the, we'll scroll down and there's the image of the handrail that we included. It's on the last image. Or last page, sorry.
No, I don't remember that image in our materials.
Scrolling, one more, a little more, right there.
Oh, that's the handrail.
So, Ms. Tabbany, I understand you're essentially saying something of a lower height. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a 42 inch or anything like that.
Well, if it's a handrail,
but
it's 36 inches.
Well, you
it
could attach
appears
the
as-
handrail to the face of it even,
So you'd have something at 36.
Right. I don't know. It's just an idea to consider.
Does any of this resonate with you, or do you, I guess,
It does. I didn't know if I was allowed to talk yet or not.
please do.
So, no, it does. I just, it has already been mentioned, so I will bring it up. My staff are having to pick up feces on that brick wall and that area, which is, not something that they should have to handle
Yeah.
or try to prevent as it's happening in broad daylight. And so I understand the hope to transition to something like landscaping, but we have landscaping, and that doesn't prevent them from even that back area, and like I said, it's not only that, we've had pretty unfavorable symbols carved into our building. So I do understand what you're saying, that we don't want it to look and we're not doing a huge fence at the front because we do want to still be inviting. We want to make it look good. We want to add value. But we also want to make sure that we're doing something that helps us also and helps, the people that work in that building on a day-to-day basis. So.
Where do we stand?
I mean, if someone's in favor of this, they should make a motion. We'll see if it flies. I think there's a bigger issue. I mean, obviously, there's a bigger issue at play that I think council needs to address with a more general solution to the mall.
I have a question, sorry. Having this go to council, would that be a positive discussion to have again? Meaning like the reasons this is happening? Is that a forum in which this could be a larger discussion? So if we were to approve this, then it has to go to.
I think that you have to, almost like with the demolition of Wordland, realize that your conversation is going to serve as the record. And so I hesitate to, because on one side, and I understand from talking with Andrea that this is what they wish to take to council, so there was a hesitation to say, all right, well, then we could throw in some alternatives, because then the first response from council might be, oh, well, then do the alternatives instead. Now, if you felt that it was really a strong design reason to do that, I think it's reasonable, but I think it's that fine line of deciding, are we trying to find a solution that's acceptable to council, or is find a design solution that's acceptable for the guidelines? Having said that, I don't believe council. I get contacted frequently, people who are concerned that things that the BAR has or should have looked at serve as impediments to the unhoused on the mall. But that's the distinction of this is private property. This is not, this is what's, I have a fence in my backyard, and my side yard. It's to keep a giant dog in, but I have a fence and that's my business. So this is looking at this as a private property. I think they have every right to ask that. However, I know that the BAR, or that council will be asked about that, because that is a pervasive question. So I think that's why I think your solution, if I were advising the applicant, is really an ideal one. It creates the barrier that at least has a separation, and it is a design solution, and that continuing the fence around the corner on the upper wall would allow them to, at the very least, they could construct that, regardless of what the council, that would not be going to council. But I think that you all, you are welcome to make in your recommendation acknowledgement of the situation. It sort of goes to what we were saying earlier about the use. It's not in our purview, it's not in the BAR's purview to disagree with them for wanting to install a fence. We don't have to agree, but to at least understand why they wish to do it. And then B, how does that then fit with the guidelines? But I think when council gets this, I don't think it's time, I don't think they'll view it as time for a broader discussion. I think it may come up, but I would stay in your box on this one.
I think if we vote to approve it, and then it goes to council, council's going to look at that as just, we recommended they should approve it.
Correct.
So I don't think the discussion will happen. I would think if we denied it, if they take that to council.
It would go to,
that would
go
be
to
more
council as a
discussion.
recommendation for them to not allow the special exception permitting that fence on the lower wall.
But I imagine that might dig up more of a discussion about the reasons for the fence.
I think they're going to come up no matter what.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I think they're going to come up. I just don't think that the BAR should be, that just, if you want to start talking about that, I think you're exceeding your, by the book, you're exceeding your.
Well, I don't think, we can't use that as a reason, but
Right.
it's, Sherry, you wanted to make a motion. Why don't you make a motion, and we'll see if it succeeds, and if it doesn't, we
Which
can.
I'm just going to make a comment. Mostly that two things. One, that our purview does not go to zoning, and that there is a portion of approval for this that's out of our hands, so they would be at city council, and that has to do with zoning.
Right.
This body does not deal with zoning. There's the next item we're looking at on our agenda. I think that the public's concerns are more with zoning than they are with our purview, which is very limited. I also support this because there are extreme circumstances facing this property owner, and weighing the guidelines against those circumstances, and frankly wanting for businesses, and without businesses, folks, the downtown mall shutters and there would be nothing there. And it doesn't pervade every decision I make, but the comfort of the people that come to this place every day, and it's a very large employer, and not just comfort, that's a light word, but none of them should be asked to clean up somebody's feces. I'm sorry. That's just a shame, and it's extreme. They're not being bad neighbors by doing this. They are protecting their property, and I don't think that what we have in the guidelines or the zoning objection outweighs my support for this. So I'm going to make a motion in favor. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find a proposed fence, gate, and rail installation at 530 East Main Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in this ADC district, and that the BIR approves the application as submitted. I also want to say that I can sit here and come up with other solutions of how this could be done that may have achieved some of the goals, but I'm not the applicant. And, we can't second judge, and we can't design for the applicant, and we have to take a vote on what's before us, and that's what my motion's about. Thank you.
If I could just clarify, and that is at the height proposed, the 42-inch fence, whatever the resulting height is, but the height as shown on the drawings.
Yeah, with the height is shown, if you want to add that as.
All right, let's take a vote. Mr. Rosenthal?
I second the motion.
All right. Mr. Schwartz?
No.
Ms. Tabany?
No.
And I'll vote yes.
So I think you got it.
So the motion passed 3-2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, so Andrew, I'll talk to Carrie tomorrow, and so the next step is whatever she has to prepare for council, and we'll see where that goes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your patience on that. Yeah, I mean, as a downtown resident, almost 30 years, so yeah, I understand, and this is a tough one, but I am often asked by people if the BAR should be, and I've just had to say to folks, this is private property. This is, I can't, and if it violates the design guidelines, well, then the BAR can decide. But it's, I can't ask you all to step in where you can't go.
It sounds
And I
like
think
there was
people
an-
need, oh, go ahead. I was just say, staff and the public should remember that we also fought really hard against Parks and Rec trying to put backless benches in on the mall that, prevented people from sitting for a long time. So it's not like we're,
But there are gates around our fountains, let's be real. The downtown mall is full of barriers.
Don't get me
And
started.
some of them installed by the city of Charlottesville. And not all of them are at handrail height. The ones around the fountains are even larger. And is there really a public purpose in keeping people out of that water that's greater than a private property owner protecting its boundaries? I don't know the answer to that, but there are certainly a lot of barriers and gates and fences all up and down the downtown mall.
that we didn't put there.
That
We did not put that.
I think timing played into it for me as well. I think that seemed like there was an urgency, and that they've been working on this issue for quite some time, and it seemed like something needed to be done. So.
It is part of the tree plan, and Paul Josie, pushed something. It wasn't just about trees. He's also recognizing other elements of the mall, such as the fountains, and that they need to be freed and opened up. And so, and I can tell you, Kate and I quietly bang the drum as much as we can. We have to be good civic employees, but not all the time. So when we get the opportunity, we remind everybody there actually are 3 small fountains and 1 large fountain. You can't get to any of them, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Keep it up. You're being heard. We just need to keep nudging things along, so fingers crossed. Okay, the next item up is, find my notes. So this is a discussion about the project at 7th Street. I don't know quite what to call it yet, 202, 204, 208, 613 Delavan, but so just 7th Street is what I've come down on, and, but the, you all have had you had a pre-app conference about it and a preliminary discussion. This tonight, I'm not bringing forward for any action. It is, I think, maybe the last turn, if you will, to advise the applicant if there's anything in these 78 pages that is unclear or needs to be expounded on, so that is understanding of what they are proposing to do. I mentioned briefly in the pre-meeting, but the city has, neighborhood development has a new process for presenting preliminary projects and preliminary discussions, and this one sort of straddled that line a little bit. So, but I won't get into the details. But the point being, certain things need to be demonstrated on site plan or development plan, either concurrently with the BAR's review or prior to it. But I think that I don't think this project's as presented. I think there are still some questions that will come up in the site plan, development plan discussions. However, I think they've demonstrated thoroughly what they're hoping to do and planning to do, at least as far as the extent of this site is involved. But what as I mentioned in my note to you all, it's a complex project. There's a lot going on here, and the greatest difficulty that we've had, I think even discussing amongst ourselves, but certainly expressing it outwardly, is the only reason that you all are seeing this is because two parcels on 7th Street are individually protected properties. This is not a historic district like on West Main or downtown. The reason that you all have purview is singularly because of those two late 1800 brick buildings. If this project were to have moved forward and not touched those, there would be no design review whatsoever for this. This wouldn't, and there'd be no public process, in fact. And that's some of what we're seeing, is that because of the way the ordinance was written, you all are now, the Board of Architectural Review is seen as a place to voice concern. And I think, as we talked a month and a half ago or 2 months ago about the West Main project, we're a town that takes great pride in public participation. I spent almost 20 years before here getting people stirred up and going out to public meetings, so I know all about it. I like seeing the good fight be fought. But the challenge that you all have is that there are some concerns with this project that are zoning, and there are some concerns that are related to its design, and particularly related to its design as a function of how this new project interfaces and interacts with these two historic houses. That's not to say that we don't care what happens around the three walls away from these two buildings, but the primary focus is the preservation of those two buildings, and that this design is compatible with them. Additionally, I know this is within a National Register district. Fifeville, Tonsler neighborhood is on the National Register, but it's not because of that National Register district that you all have purview. We don't. When that district was created, I think 2016 or 2017, much like Belmont, North Belmont neighborhood, the neighbors did not want a local designation. So they accommodated being on the National Register, but they did not, as I understand from Mary Joy, did not want local designation, which would have afforded district status to the entire neighborhood, and you all could be looking at this project somewhat differently. Now, I'm not trying to give you a way out, or I'm just saying the facts are, is where your purview comes from and what your guidance, what your instructions are from council is entirely comes down to these two historic houses. And I think we need to be, I think it's valid to consider how this project, height matching and scale and its relationship to the setting, but it's, there's also in the zoning where it's adjacent to a neighborhood of a different zoning, it has to have step back and a height reduction. So some of that is built into the code. But you all cannot, this is a residential project, and it's good to know that because it does help in the context of what the design, what are you looking at? You're looking at something that's being designed for residences. Who lives here is irrelevant under what you all are charged with looking at. You can't consider whether or not this should be a residential project. You're not allowed to do that. But you can consider what this residential project will look like. So, and then as I spoke with some of the folks who've been communicating with me, it's very helpful to get comments, but it has, what's within your purview to do that. And I know Mr. Snyder he's talked to people, my colleagues, about having a zoning amendment for this area. Fair enough, but that's not, you all don't even review or comment on zoning text amendments or zoning map amendments unless they're associated with expanding or reducing historic designations. So it's not something that you would even comment on. So, sorry, that now to get to Mr. Matthews is here tonight, and I've asked him to, keep it brief. Let's, get to what his questions are, get to what anything that he wishes to point out, and really make this an effective conversation from his point of view. And then from you all, if there is something in here that is lacking, if there's additional information, if there's a question, now's a good time to ask. One of the key things that I had asked you all in my note was John didn't want to come over here tonight with a U-Haul full of samples, and I told him not to bring any, but if there are some things that you all would like to see, whenever this comes to you as a formal application, now's a good time to ask. I mean, you can always make a comment later, but that's one of the questions that I thought you all should talk about. And the other thing was there's a lot of information at the end of the submittal package about the two houses, and have they adequately addressed how the two houses will be treated. And the last thing I'll say is that the thing about the buildings, those two old houses, is we don't review maintenance and repair. So there's a lot there, but I think knowing that they're going to be preserved and that there's a plan for them, and there are going to be some slight alterations to them, as long as we're okay with that. But as far as them fixing the gutters or painting the windows, that's something I can tell them to do with just a conversation. Yes, sir.
Before we get to this, if it comes about and we approve the COA when it comes to us, is that going to be the end of all the public discussion on this project?
So I don't know what's involved with the zoning side of thing, or I know there's still some site plan issues. I don't know. That was part of the result of the new zoning ordinance, that there's a lot less of the give and take. But you all will have, anybody can send me an email whenever they want. They can send something to the BAR. They can send something to City Council. It gets circulated. You can share comments. We allow comments during work sessions. I think I would encourage you to keep those limited and germane. But and then whenever if it does go forward for a formal request, that's an advertised public hearing. So those are the opportunities for people to speak. We don't. As far as the design review process, we don't have required community meetings. These are the community meetings.
Okay, so I guess I'll just reiterate that no action is being taken. This is just discussion. We'll leave public comments until after the applicant has a chance to present. And so with that, would you like to?
Was the applicant asked to limit their comments to 10 minutes?
I
10
did. Well,
minutes.
typically, and that's in our,
Okay.
that's SOP anyway. So I will set the time clock. This doesn't have a score on it, but that's the hardest part of, all right, so I see 10 minutes, but then I see 7 minutes. What's
I
down
see
there?
10, I see 7 on mine.
Which what?
Hit the plus button?
Well, it says total time 10. Now it says 11,
Oh, there you go, you got up to 8, you got up to 9.
but now
You
it
got
says
10 now.
13. See?
Thank you, Kate.
But what does this thing say down here? Great.
All right, it's fine with me,
Press start.
as long as Jim and John don't get in a fight over who talks first.
So, good evening, I'm John Matthews with Mitchell Matthews Architects. I'm here with my colleagues Alan Wong and Jimmy Duxbury. We're joined on the line by Dan Ullinson, he's our landscape architect. I think Jeff gave a good recap. We can go as quickly as you're comfortable with, we can just zoom through this. I thought we should give a brief recap for folks in the audience, but if you think we can skip over that, we can.
I mean, you got 10 minutes.
It's your
so as
10
much as
minutes.
you wanna-
Yeah, well, didn't want to bore you with that. So, this is our third meeting in front of BAI. As you can see by the title, we assumed that this was going to be a vote on this, but the city planning asked us to come back for yet another discussion. That wasn't our choice, but we were asked to do that. So, very quickly, this project is, as Jeff said, is not in a design controlled district. It complies with the comp plan, the project complies with the zoning ordinance, the project complies with affordable housing manual, the project rescues and retains those 2 buildings. And if you've visited them or looked at the package, you'll see how poor a quality they're in or shape. This project furthers the city's vision for more housing, and this project rejuvenates those very seriously declining, dilapidated, almost falling apart buildings. Let's go through this. So briefly, we're here to ask for your permission to remove non-contributing aspects of those existing buildings. We're also asking for your permission to build behind those buildings. You've supported those requests on other projects very close by, very recently. So this is doing virtually the same sort of thing. The site, I think everyone knows where it is, tucked up against the railway line. Enlargement of that site showing the two IPPs, 204 and 208. This is the site history. I don't want to read that to you. This is the front view on 7th Street, 204 is on the left. That has not been occupied for 23 years, according to the current owners. And it's, again, if you have a close look at it, you'll see it's barely hanging on. Existing photos, next. Quick, Jim, on that.
It's only going so fast.
Okay, plan another ticket. So the inside is severely dilapidated and keep going. More detail on that first request. Next. This is showing those non-contributing elements of the IPPs that we're requesting be removed. They were the post-shade areas. This is them in more detail. Next. These are the projects, some of the projects you've supported, some of them you have actually approved, others you've just verbally supported. Next. The second bar request, and this is how we're honouring those 2 houses. We're really honouring them by retaining them, rehabilitating them, reusing them, repairing them. And then we're doing a number of other things that you, I'm sure, have read. These are those precedents that you had previously approved, very, very close. Probably the Doyle is maybe the one that most people might recognise. Next. So this is sort of important for you and maybe more for Carl, he probably knows this by heart, but this site is zoned RX5, but the previous ordinance was also zoned for higher density. So nothing has really changed on this for decades. It's been higher density for as long as I can remember. Next, this is really just a topo. There's a 3-story drop that goes down 7th. This is in response to your comments, previous comments, some of you were at those previous meetings, where you asked us to move the building back. So this building starts at the high point along the railway line and drops down as it approaches Dalvin Street. So it's stepping down all the way, again in full compliance with the transitions required under the ordinance.
And so these are the responses to your comments from our last meeting. And I'll go through these quickly. The first comment was, can you provide more detail on the proposed opening at the rear of 208 7th Street? So this is that view of what we call the pocket park behind 208 on the right, and then the new building kind of wrapping around this courtyard where 7th Street is sort of glimpsed through on the right there. And so this is, the next step where the plan on the site plan or landscape plan on the right there demonstrates where that pocket park exists, and then how we're proposing opening up the rear of 208 so that it has a connection to that courtyard. And this is covered later. The second comment was there was the idea, or they asked for a clear understanding of how the brick ribbon band would create a better visible shadow line. And so this demonstrates that where we have our belt course, and then also what didn't show up well in the last rendering was that the idea is rusticated across the base of the whole building. As well, the idea there is that it has enough brick detailing to be complementary to the IPPs, but not try to mimic the brick design. And then bar comment 3 was it would be helpful to have a cross-section through Delavan and the project, and to show how the transitions and step-downs occur along Delavan. And so we have a face-to-face building of about 51 feet, and then the minimum step back is about 20 feet. Comments 5 and 6 were regarding the tree planting space along 7th Street and Delavan. And this is a detail to show that, yes, you can get a tree to plant a tree in that zone.
So this is a view from 7th Street, and this view sort of represents many of the requests that you had made, and we've incorporated those requests to step the building down, to step it back. That centre portion, you may recall, we stepped back 100 feet further than it was initially next. Looking up 7th Street, the two IPPs are here, next. Looking down 7th Street, the two IPPs are here, next. This is detail up close. I think, Sherry, you were interested in the activation of the street and how we would handle those IPPs. And these are folks coming out of the pocket park that Jim mentioned next. This is a view of that park, pocket park. The proposed building is here, existing buildings are here. This gentleman is walking out onto 7th Street next.
And these are some of the elevations that we showed previously where we're identifying the material palette. I'm just going to flip through these quickly.
2 minutes left.
It's really moving too fast.
Oh no.
I broke it.
Okay, stop the clock.
Time out.
Keep talking.
Jeff?
I don't know.
I think it's loading. Hopefully it'll come back.
Okay, so
Back up
there's a
one. Sorry. Go on.
Okay, so we met with the folks in Fifeville, and one of the gentlemen there had a good question about, he wanted to understand, if I remember correctly, what this project would look like from his house. He lives generally around number 1, and we thought that was a very good question, so we took that question and expanded it, and within a block of the site we started to take photos and then impose the building on that. You may see on this the tower, that's the existing radio tower that's there, and this is from about a block away. I think the gentleman lived here approximately, and so that's his view out in the street next. And we just go through these. These are from 6th Street, and the map in the bottom corner shows where they're taken from, in case you're wondering. This is from 5th Street, quick Jim, from 7th and a half Street, from Dalvin. This is across Dalvin, so obviously it's not visible. This is further down 6.5 Street. 5th Street, keep going. We're going to run out of time. This is the landscape. Let's just jump through that if you have questions. That's it.
If I go too fast.
We've got a
I
slow
get this.
clicker we need.
I'll just say, at the very end, there are several sheets regarding the historic structures, the IPPs, and I'm happy to answer questions about those.
Yeah, and I will add that what we're following is your guidelines and Secretary of the Interior's guidelines as closely as humanly possible on the rehabilitation of those. So we're not cutting any corners on those. Happy to answer any questions.
Anyone?
I think we probably need to.
Public question.
Oh,
Actually, it's not, actually, it's not a public hearing. so it's-
yeah, I think we're just, I think maybe we just keep that for one session. So do we want to make any comments first? Open it up to the public. I do have a question. I'm curious about what the use will be for the two IPPs. What was it?
What,
I can tell you, but I thought Jeff clearly outlined that, but we had answered that previously, and they're going to be some type of amenity space for the larger project. Exactly what that will be, whether they're meeting rooms, a little coffee shop, we're not sure, but it'll be, we figured that they were too small. I know Sherry had a different opinion about that, but too small for actual units by the time we made them accessible. So
I'll just jump in too and say, hopefully it was evident how much care is being given to that courtyard around them, and that is because it's meant to be some kind of active space that then contributes to the streetscape. So it's something.
Yeah, just to be clear, I didn't say, you all had mentioned last time how they saw it as almost like think about like the Cracker Box on East Range and some of the smaller outbuildings or on the Academical Village, but they had discussed the potential use for it, and so just we're all clear, and folks in the audience, you can ask what the use is, and we can talk about the use. I think knowing what something's going to be used as is helpful in that. Understanding what the space has been designed for. So when I say it doesn't matter what the use is, it's not to say we're ambivalent to that, but that you don't have a say. You don't get to say, I don't want that to be used as residential, or I don't want that to be offices. It's that, but understanding what that use is helps sort of put that design in the right context. So if John had said, I'm going to be using this to store things, you certainly could ask design questions in the context of it being a storage space.
I'll just jump in too and say, on the sheets that we submitted, we did include a brief history of what happened in those structures. We do intend on having some sort of permanent marker to talk about that history. So one of the things that they are doing is in that courtyard, presenting that brief history to people passing by.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out that the zoning ordinance, also, we're using these as active depth, to meet the active depth requirement. So that requires us we aren't allowed to put storage or certain uses in there that make it inactive. So we're using this as part of our calculation to meet the zoning requirements.
Other questions while the applicants have?
I mean, I've got questions, but I think I'll save them more for when we're having a back and forth discussion.
Okay. Shall we open it up to the public?
Sure.
Thank you all. Anybody from the public would like to come up and make a comment? Yes, please state your name and your address.
A little slow.
Take your time.
My name is Lorna Facto, Dr. Lorna Facto. Was the chief nurse at the health center and also a member of the faculty at the School of Nursing. So I have mixed feelings about a development. As a chief nurse, I liked to hire nurses from town. They make good nurses and they can come in at a moment's notice. But school, I was worried about faculty not having space to live in town. So from a perspective of what they want to build, I have mixed feelings. On a personal level, they would be building in my backyard. I live at the very end of Walker Square, which if I walked through my doorway, I would hit the lovely pictures of my neighbors' garage, I guess it is. There's a boat back there. There's a variety of things that are pretty just not pleasant. But the thought of building a 7-story building that would absolutely destroy the texture of Fifeville is just, I bought in Fifeville because it felt right. It felt like a community. I sit at the Fifeville meeting every month trying to understand the history of Fifeville, which I happen to be a New Yorker, so 7 stories is sort of silly to me. I lived in town. I went to school in New York. So that the height is not the issue. It's where the height is. The Baptist church would be adversely affected. You couldn't see that church. I want to say one other thing. I took a drive today on Delavan and all of the up and down neighborhoods. I'm curious, there's not as much space there as I was thinking based on the pictures. So it's curious to me, other than the garage that's sitting at the end of Delavan, what's going to be torn down? What possibly could they put that building on that space? I'm not an architect, I'm a nurse. Heaven forbid you give me that kind of opportunity to give advice to. If I were a billionaire, and if I had a piece of land in town, not there, but perhaps close by, I thought the pictures were gorgeous. But I'm a nurse, what do I know? They look pretty. But I ask, I don't know where this goes, but this is not the place for a 7-story luxury dormitory, with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Facto.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Lawson. I live on 7th and a half Street Southwest. I went to UVA, graduated in 92, came to Charlottesville in 88. Bought my house in Fifeville in 2001, and I've lived in that neighborhood ever since. Watched a lot of changes. Watched Walker Square get built, and I remember the hoops Walker Square had to go through. I am all for using the land we have in Fifeville to do, to put extra housing in. 100% behind that. Do I like the type of housing that's being proposed? No. I think my big objection to the whole thing, and that I think the Architectural Review Board can help with, is that I do not feel that the building that we're putting in, that is being proposed, while beautiful, doesn't really protect the scale and character of the Fikeville neighborhood. I feel like it is, while a lovely building, if it's set on Main Street, and all the examples given were on Main Street, you know, it does not suit an actual neighborhood where you have small children, where you have a lot of families, single-family homes, you have duplexes, and you have people that have lived in that community that have actually been, you know, I noticed the comments from the man there about like what people have done or not done in the past, and I don't think that's really at play. I think you have a community that is slowly becoming educated on how they need to take action and what they can do. So I just wanted to say I don't think the building fits the scale of the neighborhood. And that's it. And I will be going to the zoning units and talking to zoning about it.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Hello, my name's Carmelita Wood. I am current president of Fifield Neighborhood Association. Thank you guys for listening to us tonight. Several of us are here. I come before you to talk about this project on 7.5 Street. Years ago, this neighborhood and the streets were not built for luxury cars, big tall buildings. It's a small scale neighborhood. I also ask that you scale down on that project that's coming down. If you come down Main Street, at one time you could look over and see the sun going in a direction. You could see the mountains going in a direction. With all the tall buildings coming up there, it feels like you're in a dungeon. You're going up the street, there's a tall building here, there's a tall building here, no sun coming in. How would you like to be in your home, 7-story building being built? Your kids are getting dressed for bedtime or for school. Someone in a tall building is looking over in your yard. Your child is there getting ready to go to bed. That's not good. We ask that if this project goes through, that it be scaled back, at least to a minimum of 4 to 5 stories. Also, I want to ask that you think about the impact and the quality of life the elderly will have with this project coming into the neighborhood. Some of the elderly people there, as it is, can't get around. And you've added more cars coming in, more people coming in. Walker Square on one side, this project on the other side. It's not good quality of life for the residents in this neighborhood. It does not fit into this neighborhood. And we ask that you think seriously about this project and what it'll do to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Hannah, and I live in Belmont, but I'm a long-term Charlottesville area resident.
Could you repeat your full name? Sorry.
Hannah Strauss. I ask that you, one, listen to the residents of the people who already live in this neighborhood and the fact that they regularly have said, please don't build tall buildings in our neighborhood so that we can have light and have mobility. And a lot of these streets are one way. Like, you can't build something this tall and expect it to have the same feeling of the neighborhood that it does now. But anyways, I also just, this is similar to the other building, the other luxury apartment building that's going up, where we don't need luxury apartment buildings. Like, just period, we don't need luxury apartment buildings in town. We need affordable housing. I know that you've had a lot of talk about purview and what this board and this committee can do. I ask that you listen to Ms. Carmelita of at least scaling it back or putting pressure on them. And I ask that you think about the fact that a lot of residents in a lot of these Black neighborhoods, specifically thinking about like West Haven, have been pushed out of other neighborhoods. And so if you're thinking of, I can't imagine who could have made those decisions about raising Vinegar Hill or about destroying Black homes and Black businesses, you are in the position of power right now to push back on that. I know that you would say it has to go to city council, but you can at least make them waste their time, waste that money, because they should not be able to build something like this and block out people's light. That should be illegal. We shouldn't let that happen. There are things that need to happen in Fikeville, like There needs to be access to food, there needs to be access and like food systems. There needs to be more bus routes and more access to equitable transportation. There doesn't need to be luxury apartment buildings that are here to support the further gentrification of a small neighborhood in Charlottesville. So please think about the fact that you do have power in this and should use that power to benefit people who live here and have lived here for generations. There are generational homes that need to be protected and families that are here. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you, Hannah.
Yes, my name is Todd Hill, Hill. I currently live at the Cedar Court condominium building right near Barracks Road Shopping Center. Hopefully next year I'll be living in Fry Springs. I'm not going to stand here and say I'm in support of the building or not in support of the building. What I would like to say, speak a little bit about the context of the building. The fact of the matter is we've jumped the shark in Charlottesville, regardless of whether anybody likes it or not, or for better or worse. We are gentrifying, and we have become more denser and denser. And basically, if you look at the whole Main Street corridor at this point, any sense of small community, small town, historics is gone, and has been gone for a while. What I like about this building in the brief presentation that the architectural firm put on is the fact I think they really went above and beyond to actually consider where it's going and what is already there. The fact that they are taking so much consideration of the two historic buildings there, to me, you know, if you're going to put something there, I think they're presenting a very good option. If you look back on some other situations in town, I can't give you the exact address, but I know you'll know the building I'm talking about, right across from the Omni between Water Street and South Street. Large high-rise was put up there and attached to one of the original buildings that was considered historic. My guess is none of you were on the Architectural Review Board at the time, so I won't blame you, but whoever thought of that idea, if you look at it from the back, it's absolutely heinous and hideous, and it ruined that South Street there, definitely, without a doubt. So once again, I'd just like to point out that I'm not saying yay or nay in the building. I'm just saying if it went through, I was impressed by what this architectural firm has done. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please, step up to the mic.
Hey everyone, I'm Matthew Simon, live on Dice Street. Celebrating my 20th anniversary of living there this year, actually. I also own the property right behind that, which is on Delavan Street, which is at the very, very end of that street. I think the presentation is fine. You know, it's definitely doesn't really match what the actual realization is. You know, you look at a lot of green that's happening in those pictures, and I mean, there's Walker Square on the other side of 7th Street. No one's going to look in on that view of the courtyard ever, really, honestly. I think it's gorgeous, but I don't think it really fits. And I think that's what my plea to you all here is, that just to maybe consider a little bit more. You know, when we were walking over here from our house, we were looking at all the other houses. Like, our house was built in like the early 20s. A house next to it was built even earlier than that, around the corner, around the same time. It's all brick. It all looks old. It looks like a neighborhood. You know, I grew up in Willoughby where all the houses look the same. We have a little bit of that, but at the same time, it has a definition, it has a character. You know, you might not like the Code building, but at least it's freaking brick. That matches all the other brick that's on the downtown mall. I just don't think this matches. I really don't like the facade. There is that like little bit of brick on that first level there, but as you go up, that is not what it looks like. And that is not what our neighborhood looks like. And it just doesn't fit on so many levels. I know that we don't have time to go into the traffic calming and the parking and all of that stuff today, and I know that's not really any of your purveyance here, but currently what's happening in Fifeville on those streets right now are traffic calming initiatives, and they've been happening for a year and a half. And no one's been talking to these guys about that apparently, because there is no way that this structure is going to be able to sustain what they've got going on right now. The neighborhood is moving, getting a co-op hopefully. There's a lot of energy in this neighborhood. This just doesn't fit it, and it doesn't fit it on the way that it looks either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Malpass. I live at 626 Bailey Road in Fifeville, and I'm also the Vice President of the Fifeville Neighborhood Association. I think you've had a lot of community members and neighbors of mine who've spoken tonight about the feel of the fit, the sense of the conflict with the history of the community. So I just want to affirm what's being said from those residents, and also add that as you think about community fit and the historic nature of this community, history isn't just about buildings, it's about the people who built them. And I want to make sure that as you think about the impacts on the neighborhood, you're thinking about not just the impacts on the architecture, but the people and the communities that created that architecture, and the people and the communities that continue to steward that architecture going into the future. So I'm just going to point us back to the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, which came from residents, which has been adopted into city code, and which reflects the vision that our residents have. So as you're thinking about community impacts and fit, please keep these items from the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan in mind. First, the neighborhood vision. Cherry Avenue and the surrounding areas will be a vibrant mixed-use community that supports a diverse, thriving Fifeville community. Development will respect and preserve the history and culture of the Fifeville neighborhood. New development and investment on Cherry and throughout the neighborhood will build a sense of community between longtime and newer residents, and be accessible and welcoming to residents at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. This building does not do that. It contributes to displacement in our community, something that our residents have been working really hard to fight for the last number of years. We need your help in fighting that fight. There are a lot of goals in the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. I will just pick one to read to you, which is to ensure that low-income residents, people of color, and generational residents are able to remain in Fifeville and benefit from neighborhood investments. Again, this building does not fit that vision from our residents. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sophia Marrero. I'm a community organizer for the Public Housing Association of Residents, and I live on Beechcrest Court by the Wegmans. I'm here to speak in opposition to the Fifeville building, but most of all here to ask what we define as the right to a home. It's something that has become something of a human right, I believe, and it's something that's up for discussion. But when we talk about a home, we don't just mean a building. We don't just mean a house. We don't just mean walls. That doesn't make it enough for people to live and survive. And so when we think about the impact that this building is going to have on these homes, it's about the quality of life that people experience and the quality of life that will be interrupted if this building is built. So I just want to echo that and echo what everyone else has said. And to protect Black neighborhoods, we are gentrifying the city. We must do something about it. And I understand again that the bar is limited in their purview, but whatever you can do, please do it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Knighting. I live in the Rio district of Albemarle County, but I work at UVA, so that's why I'm here. I'm just bringing in some of the worker perspective from UVA. On my end of town, we have a luxury apartment that looks very similar to some of the plans that were presented tonight. And I can let you know that the people that are in my range of income cannot afford things like this. If we want to have people that we want to work in our town and live here, we have to have buildings and housing access to them that they can actually afford. There was recently some apartment buildings put up, and we're concerned about how this is going to be raising our rent in our area. A studio apartment that's 550 square feet is going to be $1,800 a month, which is very close to what we're paying for our 3-bedroom apartment right now. I want you guys to consider that as you're coming to your decision about whether or not this is actually going to represent the community that it's going to be built in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marlena Simon. I also live at 599 Dice Street and have the property Delvin that backs up to this property. And I guess for me is that I see all of these renderings, and living in Charlottesville since 1992, I don't have faith in it. I've seen the standard go up. I've seen all of these buildings go with all of the promises of what it's going to look like. I remember when the amphitheater was going to be a movable park that could come in and out, and it was going to be this thing, and that was all crap. And so I don't have faith in these drawings because I don't know that somebody who isn't from our town and our neighborhood and speaking from our voices is actually going to believe in it the way that these people do. And it's your job to make sure that that happens. And I know it wasn't you on those committees at those times, as you can say, but you still represent that, and your track record is pretty low bar. So we have to hold you accountable, and I hope you all hold yourselves accountable for what you are doing.
Hey guys, I'm Andy Gems. I live at the corner of 5th and Dice, 223 5th Street, Southwest. Be happy to give you my phone number or my email address if anyone wants to talk. So last year, I think it was late December, maybe January, got this notice in the mail from traffic calming study with Woodard. I know this, I'll be very short here. Got super psyched because I'm like, cool, like we might get a grocery store, and Piedmont Housing Alliance is talking about this whole space on Cherry Street, cool. Anyway, I signed up right away. I was like, hey, I could be a block captain, gave him my phone number, address, email address, everything, which I don't usually like to do. Anyway, it wasn't until yesterday, and actually today is the first time I've even seen the traffic calming or like some additional. I saw an article in the paper in June about this building. So I'm kind of like, oh wow, okay. But unfortunately, I have to say that like, I've been in this house 10 years, and it's a vacant house across the street from me, owned by some folks that have a nice, lovely farm in North Garden. And it took me 3 years of calling Public Works to get the pigeons cleaned out of the house. It's an IPP. You know, but then we have people like the Simons, who are awesome neighbors, who are 2 doors down from me, and the neighbors, our neighbors in between that haven't been here, but like, and all our folks in the association, but like, I get it. Like, this is happening because I've seen Fifeville, like you guys, again, 3 years it took me to get pigeons out of a vacant house with history. But forget the history, because like we have the enslaved laborers memorial now, so we can all move on, right? Dave did his concert, and the Unite the Right went away. So like, this building is going to happen. So I just want to say, like, you guys, like, you might want to be careful with like this whole like, we're building a community zone for Third Way and amenities and all, because I think that people in the neighborhood kind of see through some of that language. And then also, I could fire sale my house to any of you guys on this project that are looking for a place, or maybe you could have a parking lot or something, because I got to get out of this neighborhood, because I can tell how the city is treating this neighborhood now. The Tonsler House made a big deal of it, and then you let it go to, not you guys, I don't mean that personally, but anyway, I know this is kind of jumbled and confusing, but I mean, it's like, come on, man, like, I signed up to get notice, and I just got notice yesterday only because there's a sign in front of their house, a puny little sign that you can't see, and a city person who's not really even in charge of any of this stuff, named Deborah Willard, was nice enough to return a call. So I booked a thing on Friday with Caleb Smith, who I think is our new traffic engineer, and like, I mean, whatever, this is all really pointless, right? And I'm like, I'm stoked that these people in the room who, you know, I'd love to be that, but I just know what's going to happen. So again, like, Third Way, wonderful. Amenities, maybe a coffee shop and a lovely courtyard, assuming it's open to the public and not just the residents of the building. Because, you know, and again, my house is available, fire sale. I got a cash sale, would be great. If any of you guys are interested, I think you could turn it into a parking lot or somehow incorporate it into your building. So, but anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I've never been here before. My name is Sherry Lynn Colby Botel, and I live on 7.5 Street, 325 7.5 Street Southwest. I have lived in this neighborhood now for 10 years, and we bought the home from our family friends, our chosen kin, and he and his family had lived there for 35. I have been really honored to learn about our neighborhood. I want to just echo a few pieces of what's already been said. In terms of scale and scope, what's being proposed will dwarf the things around it. We're not going to protect those two IPs, or IPPs, I don't have the language right. We're not going to protect those two little houses. We're going to envelop them with this. They're not going to become part of the fabric of the neighborhood. They're going to be cleaved off. They're not going to be rehabilitated for the community. They're going to be, again, enveloped and cleaved off. Another concern I have, though, is not just about those two spaces and how they stand independently, but how those two spaces connect to the rest of the neighborhood. The neighborhood isn't just a little block here and there, and again, I'm an anthropologist, not an architect, so forgive my ignorance with the language, but those spaces are part of the way that people walk back and forth. When I walk through my neighborhood, I walk through those spaces, but they're spaces that are connected to other spaces. And when I'm in my home in the morning on Sundays, I hear First Baptist Church. And when this building goes in, it's going to cleave off that historic church from our neighborhood. And it's part of our neighborhood. It's part of the sound of our neighborhood. It's part of the way people walk and move through our neighborhood. It's not just these chunks, right? It's not about protecting this little chunk and wrapping it up with a big building. It's about preserving the way that all these pieces work together. And so I would just want to bring up to you that when we talk about scale and scope and fit and protecting, we're not protecting that for the community. We're protecting that for the development. And that development isn't there to promote community in Fifeville. Tonsler Park and building on Cherry and bringing up the ideas about community and how we're supposed to serve each other and build each other up, that protects our community. Putting in two little buildings that might be storage or a cafe for the residents isn't going to do that. It's going to cleave off the church. It's going to change the sound of the neighborhood. It's going to change the way we walk through the neighborhood. And that's what I'm concerned about. So I just wanted to say, please help us to keep investing in our neighborhood. Help us to keep pulling our neighborhood together with coherence and walkways and sounds and community and people and the way we can move through our neighborhood together without having this large chunk in the middle sort of justified by protecting these two buildings that won't be part of the neighborhood anymore, sort of pull us apart and work against that goal of building us back together. Okay, that's what I had to say.
Thank you.
You're gonna hear from another anthropologist neighbor. I'm Lakshmi Fjord, LAKSHMI and I live at the corner of Knoll and 7.5, just around the corner from Sherry Lynn. And I want Sherry Lynn's statements about the atmosphere, the sense of movement, the sense of belonging. I've only lived there a year. My family, my immediate family and my extended family live on Knoll and 7.5 and Dice. And I was enticed to this neighborhood because the fact that it's so knit. The people are so friendly. I lived over on Altamont, north downtown. The neighbors were not interactive with each other. There's just such a sense of calling across from porch to porch or calling across the street. My little granddaughters can run across the street. I can run across the street. We can be playing. They can learn to ride their bikes. I have a huge concern about the scale and what this will do. This is a walking neighborhood. We talk to each other. We stop in front of each other's houses. And when you put, again, I think people are using the term scale, and it has multifacets, but principally it's so many stories up in a kind of symbolic way those residents will be looking down on Fifeville. And it's not necessarily that they're looking down in a classist or racist way. They are literally going to be looking down. They're not going to be on the ground. They're not going to be picking up the litter like I do every single day that gets dropped by people walking through, because they won't believe that's their street. But they will have taken over those two streets. So another thing I wanted to point to was this notion of precedent, which I'm a great believer in because I do a lot of environmental justice work, and we depend on precedents in the legal sense, right? So now we have the Environmental Justice Act. Okay, precedent. But the precedent of the Blue Moon Diner being engulfed by one of, excuse me, this is personal, ugliest buildings in the city, that's like a zoo. So I lived in California in the time when the redwoods were like, they would have cut down all the redwoods, but they would have a visual of the last redwoods, you know, that you could kind of see through, of course. This is a teeny Blue Moon Diner engulfed. It doesn't have any place there. It seems ridiculous. So please, I know you're architects and landscape architects. You know this much better than I do. But that's just faux history. That's like zoo history. That's not real in place holding on to history. No matter what they do, whether the buildings are separate, which is good, I'm glad they're not backing up on it and building onto them, but that isn't the point. These are zoo buildings. They're not. It's not a preservation of history. So please, I don't know if these are useful to your decision, but thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Gao. I'm an organizer at FAR. I first just wanted to thank you all for listening to the residents of West Haven and 10th and Page at the August BAR meeting. And I urge you all to listen to the Fifeville residents today and take seriously how this monstrous building will further gentrify and tower over this historically black neighborhood, and also those two tiny homes that you all are legally obligated to consider. I understand the BAR's purview is supposed to be limited, but the reality that we're all living with is that you all have been tasked with a duty that you didn't anticipate because of blind spots and oversights in the zoning code. And if that's hard for you to sit with or grapple with, the residents of Fifeville are facing a gigantic concrete wall and students in their neighborhood that none of them anticipated having to live with in their backyard. You all are the last and only city body between historically black and low-income communities like West Haven, 10th and Page, and Fifeville, and these ginormous profit-seeking by-right buildings that will always be for students. The city's economic analysis has said so itself at the heights of 6, 7, 8 stories and above. Student housing leased by the bedroom is the only kind of housing with enough rent per square foot that will make a profit. I realize that this is a zoning issue. Community members and residents have been working and organizing day in and day out, showing up to every possible city meeting to make noise about these massive mistakes in the ordinance, because they have to be. Their lives and their homes are at stake. But until we get it changed, we need the BAR to help us by using all the power and tools you have to recommend maximum design improvements, and when the time comes, deny COAs to developments that have real material negative architectural and design impacts on communities below them, and also the two tiny houses in this case. So the decision we are asking you to make is also entirely in line with the BAR's purview. I also just wanted to remind that several of you actually did vote for the current zoning ordinance that we're dealing with. And you all have publicly admitted remorse for doing so. So I would also argue that it is your moral responsibility to actually go above what your current authority on the BAR allows you to do, because you are responsible partially for all of the threats to this neighborhood that these people are voicing to you. Ms. Joy Johnson, the FAR board chair, could not be here tonight, but she has asked me to say a few words on her behalf. She wanted to voice her absolute and unwavering solidarity with Fifeville. She also wanted me to say that she has been looking and waiting for BAR member Sherry Lewis to join us at City Council to fix the zoning code. So please come to City Council with us on November 3rd.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, everybody, the BAR did not vote on zoning ordinance?
I did.
As a member of the planning commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. Please step up to the mic.
You've heard a lot from my neighbours tonight. We've heard from the
Could you
architects again.
just state your
My
name?
name's Paul Reeder. I live at 211 5th Street Southwest. I've lived there for over 10 years. My property backs on to the luxury student housing development that is being proposed on 7th Street. My own home will be less than 15 feet away from the back wall of this man's designed building. I've submitted comments in advance to the BAR on this development, which staff distributed last week. You've heard from my neighbours on this. We are completely united in our opposition to this travesty of a building. I'm suggesting that there is a way within your purview for you to hold this development up. And I don't know whether it will hold it up permanently or temporarily, but as Wendy suggested, some of you have a moral and all of you have an obligation to try to protect the historic black neighborhoods of Charlottesville. In short, this building is inappropriate in its scale, location, and usage. You heard earlier from the architects for the developers who have expertly applied their lipstick to this building, but the building is still a pig. The architects suggested and discussed in their written presentation the importance of honouring and respecting the small Hawkins-built cottages. But honour and respect are given freely, not in service to the almighty dollar. In reality, the proposed development will dwarf, I think somebody used the word engulf, I think that's very appropriate as well, will dwarf and diminish these cottages. The architects have tempted you to focus on the trees, or the benches, or the paving, or the nice windows, or whatever else it might be. I urge you, instead of focusing on the trees, you need to focus on the forest. Per the approval process guidelines, you are required to look at the height, scale, and mass of the proposal and to judge whether it is visually and architecturally compatible with the Hawkins cottages. Height, scale, and mass. Further, the Hawkins properties are typical of the historic neighborhood in which they sit. Small, modest homes in a walkable neighborhood. No building is an island, and the cottages should be viewed in the context of their neighborhood. Viewed from that perspective, the proposal is incompatible, and these again words from your guidelines, with the historic, cultural, and architectural character of what is a National Historic District of Fifeville. So the core question is whether the development is appropriate for these historic properties and this historic neighborhood. There are many reasons why this is a terrible development proposal, but I acknowledge that some of those reasons are beyond your purview. However, within your purview, per the approval process guidelines, you have a specific reason to decline to issue a certificate of appropriateness. Please do so. Thank you for your time and service. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Bechter. I'm a resident of Fifeville. I live at 6.5 and Dice, 304 6.5 Street Southwest. Certificate of appropriateness. That's an interesting phrase. As a citizen of Charlottesville, I would think, well, that's a good thing to need, a certificate of appropriateness. I wonder what you all personally think, because it might not be in your actual purview, but what you all personally think, and what you think we all should personally think, that a certificate of appropriateness might, to a large degree, have absolutely nothing to do with whether some architectural proposal is at all appropriate to the space in which it's going to be put, a neighborhood that's been described. Appropriate has an interesting related word, appropriation. It's almost as if you're discussing a certificate of appropriation. That area is in Fifeville. It's not next to it. It's in Fifeville. And it's not going to be given to Fifeville residents whatsoever. Fifeville residents, very vocally, in many ways, in many meetings, have said, along with the rest of Charlottesville in many cases, we need affordable housing. That's the mandate, I believe, that the city took on about 7 or 8 years ago. It's a very difficult mandate to accomplish. How can we do it? But so we're all evolving. This board, in some sense, might be evolving along with the community of Charlottesville, as is the community of Fifeville, a smaller neighborhood that meets monthly. We discuss things. It's not kumbaya there. We have all kinds of different views. But we are indeed very much united. I haven't heard a single Fifeville person say anything in favor of this development. I think a certificate of appropriateness, I'm not an expert, must have to do with appropriate to the code, to the zoning. Is it appropriate to the zoning and appropriate to some narrow questions that were specified by the city staff person? So I don't know exactly what it has to do with, but it's odd that it does not have to do, perhaps, with the appropriateness of the proposal to a neighborhood. Most people here have objected to the finished building. A little bit was mentioned about actually building the thing. Is it appropriate in the neighborhood of Fifeville, where at every single entrance to Fifeville, there is a no truck sign that was recently put there by the city traffic coordinator of the city? Every single, why? Because trucks cannot make certain turns. Diesel fuel was spilled into the city's gutters because some truck tried to make this turn and its diesel cooling system was punctured and such. And this was done just, say, 4 or 5 months ago. We had those signs put up, maybe 6 or 7 months. Is it appropriate for this building, an absolutely gargantuan building? It dwarfs anything. It dwarfs the church there. The church looks like a hut in comparison to a little cottage next to it. Is it appropriate for thousands upon thousands of trucks? Not just 10. Do an AI, do a chat GBT about this project, 7 stories, 600 beds, on an incline, one-way streets everywhere, narrow streets, railway next to it, train tracks right there. Just do an AI on that. It will tell you 5,000 truck trips. I do think it's appropriate, personally, that each of you might be interviewed by media. And I know that you can't necessarily speak and probably wouldn't want to speak in terms of your duty on the board. But I think it would be appropriate that you could say, personally, I do think that the city should change the zoning there. A mistake was made. We need to put a halt on this, if only for a while, if only for a couple of years. Big buildings are being built. The students of UVA have housing. It's being built for them. They don't need it here. And as was said at a city council meeting the other day, yesterday perhaps it was, students have made a survey saying that 89% of them could not even afford to live in one of these buildings. So, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
My name is Miles Hingley. I live on Ridge Street. I've lived in Fifeville for a long time. I lived in Charlottesville for almost 50 years. It's not true that everyone in Fifeville opposes this building. It's not true that the people that live in this building are going to look down over Fifeville and be sort of racist and dislike the residents, as was just stated. It's not true that you guys should not issue the appropriate certificates for these guys to build this building. As developers, they've spent a lot of money. Those slides that we looked at were not cheap. The idea that they want to come in with outside capital into our neighborhood and invest in our neighborhood is a good thing. We are not going to be able to rely on private development if every time a developer tries to build something in this town, you guys put a huge roadblock in the way. Does anybody know what they just did to the Violet Crown? That was going to be a huge development. Income, taxes, people living, activating the mall. If I owned a business on the mall, I would want those people there. What happened? The developer pulled out of it. What happened to the development on Tarleton Oak? Is that happening? They pulled out of it probably, right? Those
It
are
was
probably
approved.
Well,
It was
is it
approved
approved?
from-
However, are they developing it? There's citywide issues. However, part of the citywide issues for outside development and outside capital, as you guys want to, no one is complaining about 7-story Salvation Army building in our neighborhood. Not a word has been said about the height, the massing, the trees that are going to get down, the traffic. Nobody cares. Nobody is upset about that building. That's 7 stories. 5 stories, $3 million of city money. That's all city taxpayer money. What we need to do is encourage people with outside capital to come to our city, come to our neighborhood, invest hundreds of millions of dollars in building things where people can live. And the last thing I'll say is affordable housing. When you build, how many units is this going to be? How many? How many?
Who cares?
I care. How many? A lot. However many people move into this building are people that are going to move out of. I live in Fifeville. I rent places in Fifeville. If you're a landlord in Fifeville, you don't want this building. You know why you don't want this building? Because first-year med students, people working at the hospital, they're going to rent buildings in Fifeville for a lot of money. I know people in Fifeville that rent basements for $1,500, $1,600 to med students. And those people can afford this building. But if we don't build it, guess what? They're going to take up, in this historic neighborhood, it's going to be filled with doctors, first-year med students, filled with all the people coming in. Guess why they want to live there? They can get on the train and go to New York. They can walk to the hospital. This is a place where we need more housing. And for you guys, I've been listening to this meeting. I was listening on Zoom before I got here. I was kind of at work. But what you guys need to understand is setting a precedent where we get to tell who develops in our city based on who the people that are going to use the property is a slippery slope. I think it's a bad idea. I think it opens us up to legal challenges. I know you guys are saying like we're not purview for that, and I know that. But I know these guys are concerned. I really feel for them. If I lived next to this building, I would be crazy. I would be upset. That's the way it works. I live in Fifeville. The zoning code, everybody here had a sign in their yard that said, we want more housing. If you want more housing, you have to get people with outside capital to build it. If you refuse, if you put up blocks, the NIMBYism, they don't like NIMBYism, I don't like NIMBYism either. We need to build the buildings, we need to get outside capital to pay for it, so that we don't have to rely on the city taxpayer to build every single housing unit in this town. And that's the easiest way to get affordable housing, the easiest way to get it is to increase supply and price goes down. And if you don't increase supply because you don't like the people that are going to move there, you're not going to get affordable housing. We can't afford to build affordable housing with taxpayer dollars. So I think you guys just need to think about it. I think you need to say, this is the law, this is the zoning code that we all passed, that we had debates about. We can't change the rules on these developers. If we want to change the rules on future developers, before they get in the pipeline process, before they spend the money, before they lock up the land, before they spend capital and time, they're just going to go to Roanoke. They're going to go to Lynchburg. They're going to go to places where they don't meet resistance and the resistance isn't followed through on. And it also, they weren't able to come here, but I know lots of people in Charlottesville, and I know lots of people in Fifeville that are not opposed to this building. They want students, they want foot traffic, they want to go to a coffee shop that has critical mass, they want to activate West Main Street. You guys could plant some trees there at some point. We could have a vibrant, economically active community that does not only involve subsidized housing.
Thank you, Miles.
And these guys are going to do it.
Thank you, Miles.
Thank you.
My name is Jenny Ragsdale, and I live at 300 7th Street Southwest, which is right on the corner of 7th and Delavan. So I'm a little like, this is my yard that it's happening in, but I don't mean for it to be just about me. I could move. And we've been there 24 years and raised our kids there, and they're all gone off now. I just feel like this destroys the neighborhood. It destroys the feeling of, I've loved this neighborhood since we moved in 24 years ago. It's been an amazing place, and not just that it's my yard, because it is, but it's overwhelming. It's too much. If it were 3 stories or 4 stories or anything less, it would be manageable. I understand, I get the reason for density in Charlottesville. We need to increase density, we need that. But this is overwhelming, too much, too luxury. It's more than this neighborhood can handle. And it destroys the fabric of this neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you, Jenny. Anyone else? I think we're limited one time. Anybody who hasn't spoken, please.
My name's Earl Hicks. I live in the West Haven community, and I only that far from Fifeville. And I walk through the Fifeville neighborhood all the time. And it's a wonderful neighborhood. A lot of history, historic houses, everything. And for developers to come and build what they want to build in somebody else's backyard, that's invading of privacy. You know, you got to respect people's yard. And the builders, I've seen same thing is trying to go on in my backyard with the LV Collective. They try to come in our backyard, try to build behind us, try to shut us down, West Haven down. Fifeville, we all family. We all part of the same neighborhood here. I'm from Charlottesville. I'm born and raised here, Charlottesville here. And to see this happening is very disgusting, and I'm very disgusted with it. And it should not be happening at all. And the gentleman over here, I respect his opinion, but my opinion is like this here. We do need affordable housing here, but not in this way. We need to think about families. We need to think about communities. We need to think about generations. When you don't think about those things, you wiping out whole families, whole generations. It's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the board want to make any additional comments?
Who's going to start after all that? I mean, I'm almost happy to speak.
So I'm going to share a little bit about the BAR process so that folks understand what
I think that's a great
next
idea.
steps are and what, but I was going to, at least first, I think typically after comments, the applicant does, you do allow some comment if they have any. And I think just go back also, are there any questions, anything that you had about the project that we want to communicate? And then I'll talk about process.
Thanks, Jeff. Mr. Matthews, would you like to? make any response? All the good comments from the public?
Yes, I do have a response to a number of those, and I certainly appreciate how attractive Fifeville is. We've worked for the last year on a really important project in Fifeville, and we're very familiar with all the planning that's gone on over recent years. But there is, and you guys wouldn't know it, and other people listening to it wouldn't know how much of what was said is just out now. Let me just give you a couple of examples. Luxury apartments, the argument that we constantly hear is that these are luxury apartments. Now, that's relative, what is luxury. These apartments will have to compete with all the other apartments, including UVA's apartments. So I think this spin that gets put on all these developments, not just this one, that they're luxury, that's sort of a fallback argument. Everything somebody doesn't like, it's a luxury apartment, it's unaffordable. This project, as some of you may know, is likely to generate about $4.5 million towards the City Fund for Affordable Housing, somewhere in that range, we're not sure yet. 4.5 million in one hit. The current tax on these properties is about $33,000, all of them, per year. The future taxes will probably be closer to $1 million. And you can ask yourself where that million is going. It's not going to the developer. It's going to the city, and it's going to help on affordable housing. The other argument that folks sitting up here could probably make better than I is that this building will help the affordable housing component, or the affordable housing in Fifeville, by taking students out of the housing and allowing those houses to be rented at whatever rates they are. This is not a guess, and we respect that you're speaking. You can probably respect others that speak, even though you disagree with them. I think the comments that the Fifeville folks made were all good ones. I might make the same, but some of them are not based. In fact, the thought somebody said it would block out the light. I mean, I don't know where to start on that comment. It would block out the light. That's just out and out false. The student housing is the only housing that would make a profit. Where on earth did that come from? This could be any number of housing types that would make a profit on that site. Displacement. If you've looked at the site, and it was written up by a very noteworthy journalist, they called this site a moribund site. Well, go and look at the site. No one's being displaced, but you're given the impression that that's the case, and people listening in are feeling that somehow we're pushing people out. The site has been neglected for decades. And what I made in the first meeting to BAR, which I think it bears repeating, is that these houses are protected in the ordinance, but in reality they're not protected. Look at them. Look at how dilapidated they are. They're only protected in the text. These two houses become protected with a project like this, or a future project that takes them over and starts to look after them. Many other developers would have opted to come to you and ask for their demolition. We didn't. We're restoring them rehabilitating them and using them as part of the overall project.
It will take considerable. We haven't been able to get into both the houses and look extensively, but it will take considerable resources to get them to a place where they can be usable, and not many others could actually do that for those houses. We are looking to bring them to a point where they can be appreciated.
If it was viable to rent them, one of them wouldn't have sat vacant for 23 years. I mean, the proof is in the pudding there, or in the history of it. It's just not happening. So anyway, I think that's all I really wanted to say, that some of the facts or some of the statements just aren't based in facts. And I urge you to take a balanced view of this, not to have any neighbourhood, I'm not talking about Fifeville in general, but any of these neighbourhoods, to balance your thought, to balance your thinking on these projects, and not just to base it on those that are the loudest and most aggressive.
Just one last comment is the clients do see this as a unique opportunity for this project to engage with the street. It is something that they obviously value, but the history, the scale, the craftsmanship, they want to bring that along with the rest of the project. They see this as a win-win for all involved. So that's where they're coming from.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you, John.
Shame. No shame.
I think we should say, why not 3 or 4 stories?
Please.
I would just like to ask that we all keep these comments respectful. This is a hot topic, but catcalling, name-calling, being disrespectful, we're all smart enough to know that there are grave differences in this room, and I don't think it advances anybody's cause to not be respectful right now. Thank you.
That's a good point. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Shaw, have any comments on?
Sorry. I'll go ahead because mine are not relevant to this application. I'm back where I was a couple months ago, and I apologize to my colleagues. And Ms. Gao, you'll hear the same thing from me again twice, but I won't take as much time this time. But this application puts us, it basically puts the new zoning ordinance in a light where it's almost untenable. I don't know whether it was predictable by the people that voted for this ordinance, by the neighborhoods that thought that this ordinance was a good thing. I'm willing to admit, as I said before, that I was part of the problem. I was on the steering committee, and I gave up on this ordinance because I thought it was a train that I couldn't catch or stop. And I stepped aside because I just thought it was a nightmare pending, and I was one small person that couldn't do anything about it. So I have before publicly blamed myself that this new ordinance is in place, and I'll, take blame again for that. I think that the next comments we should hear from Mr. Werner to tell us what the scope that we have, which a lot of you have alluded to, some of you don't seem to be quite as familiar with, and that is that we have a very narrow scope. This is, in some ways, under our ordinance, a suitable development because of the ordinance that we just passed. Some of your issues are not with things that we have a purview on, but there was zoning, and we don't look at zoning, so Mr. Werner can go over that. So, and it's not that I disagree, I actually kind of agree with both sides of this. That's what makes this just this consideration pretty hard. I hear the neighborhood, I feel the neighborhood's concerns. I have to say in advance, I'm not sure all that we could do, to satisfy you. Just only because and I'll let Mr. Werner do it because I'm getting tired and I'm not as eloquent as he is on this, but I'll let him tell you what our purview is. I thank you for coming out, including Mr. Hingley for coming out. And hopefully we can be guided to, a wise decision with the little bit of discretion that we do have here. That's about all. I'm just, yeah.
Thanks,
I'll have to
Ms.
wind down.
Lewis. And I just want to add that I would like everybody to listen very carefully to Mr. Werner, because there were a number of statements made about what we can and cannot control here on the BAR, that hopefully some of this explanation will help you to determine what we can and cannot guide, and perhaps even empower you to, not look at just us as the one stopgap in this. And I think I'd like everybody to know that there may be other possibilities of ways getting yourself heard and maybe changing the course of this discussion. So instead of relying just on the BAR, there's, I think, a certain amount of energy that obviously you're showing. We all appreciated the public voice coming out That's very important in this, probably the most important thing. But in order to get your point across and have a chance, and I wouldn't say that you don't have a chance, like some of you mentioned, but to have a chance, look at all the avenues that you have. With that, Mr. Werner?
All right, so I will say, and I wasn't going to lecture about the purview necessarily, but just share some of the process so that folks know how they
Maybe
can.
what a certificate of appropriateness is.
Yeah.
It's important
I
to
can get to
have
that.
discussion.
And I'll just say, I've lived in this community almost 30 years. Some of you may have even heard my name from where I used to work, where for almost 20 years I was a key troublemaker for the Western Bypass and things like that. So I know all about about advocacy and getting people involved, and I'm thrilled to death to see. I used to joke that no one comes to the BAR meetings. In the last two, we've had more people speak and participate than we've had in the prior, at least 8 years that I've been working for the city. But I am a longtime city resident. I live in a beat-up old house a few blocks from here that I talked my wife into buying. So some of you, your stories sound very similar. My kids have grown and gone. My son's in finance and lives in Manhattan, but he says he can't afford to move back here. So I get that. I understand. I wish they would. I also, something that when I was hired, and some of you knew Mary Joyce Scala, and when I was hired, we were working on the comprehensive plan, and I sat in 6 meetings and I listened to people say over and over and over, every neighborhood in this town, different socioeconomic, different race, everybody said the same thing. I love my neighborhood. Please, how do we protect our neighborhoods? And I'm a good city employee, so I probably shouldn't be saying that, but I feel, to be honest with you all, we get it. I get it. I understand it. I can't comment on this ordinance, but this is what the city's going to have to deal with. We want housing, but yet, how do we do it in a manner that people will accept in their neighborhoods? And I don't have the answer to that. Now, so as far as just to answer the certificate of appropriateness, I understood the point and the reason for asking that. I mean, it's a great way to present the case. But the simple answer is that everything that we do in the city with our historic districts and the BAR comes down from the Secretary of the Interior's, and so the Secretary standards for rehabilitation of historic buildings. And it's a rather clunky, wonky, big, thick binder of what to do in certain things, what to do when you have a new this next to an old that. And the word that's throughout is that it's appropriate, that the new is appropriate to the old. So it's not a great term, but certificate of appropriateness, and I even hate saying that, it's just too long, but it simply reflects that a judgment on the part of this appointed body, they don't get paid. I try to get them pizza every once in a while, but that's all they get. But in their judgment, based on the design guidelines, and these guidelines are problematic as they may be right now, we have to update them, but they're approved by council. So council approves the guidelines, and then the members, and we're missing 4 of our members tonight, they're charged with applying these design guidelines. And yes, it may seem subjective, but making a judgment, does this request comply? Is it consistent with, is it appropriate within the design guidelines? So that's why, Mr. Reeder, I know you and I have talked and some of us have spoken. It's the argument to be made, all of the arguments are valid and it's good to hear, but what the BAR can base its judgment on is the section of the code that says here's what you are allowed to evaluate, and then these design guidelines, and they're online, you can look at them. It's not a scorebook. You don't go through and say you must hit everything, or you have to hit 10 out of 20. And in fact you could.
Jeff, you mentioned.
Yeah.
I would just like for you to reiterate what you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, which is our design purview is on the historic districts.
It's on the historic district and the designated properties, and
So the historic district, the Main Street
West Main,
district, the
we have eight,
downtown.
right, we have 8 historic districts, West Main, downtown, North Downtown, Wirtland Street, the corner.
And Fifield is not a historic
So
district.
not
And
a
I was
district.
surprised actually to find out just tonight that it was not made a historic district by the residents.
The residents did not support it being locally designated.
And this is some time ago, 2016, 18.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. And
But
then,
and nobody can be blamed for that, I mean,
Yeah.
there are lots of reasons why a neighborhood would choose not to do that, but there are similar neighborhoods, as we know, in the city that did choose to go that route, and that would give us a little bit more purview. And I'll let Mr. Warner explain that, because the only reason we're looking at this is that there are these two very historic structures. I'll let you
right, and
continue.
individually protected property. My house is an individually protected property, and I've joked that back in the 90s, I think the city went around and looked at all the old 100-plus-year-old houses that looked like they were falling over and designated them in order to protect them. As my wife said the night we moved in, and I was dragging stuff out to the dumpster, she said, "How much of this house we just bought are you planning to keep?" So it's, you know, it's I get it as far as an IPP goes, and but the reason they're designated outside of districts is they're not part of a continuous district. That's one of the things that makes this a little bit complicated about it.
In other words, the only reason why it's even in front of us right now is because of those two houses. It's
Right.
not because of the district.
Right.
It's and there's a difference there.
Yeah, the local district, only a local designated, only the city council designation brings the BAR into having design review purview. North Belmont neighborhood is on the National Register, but it is not it is not locally designated. We have no purview. Fifeville, National Register, not a local district. You all don't have purview. The other piece I wanted to touch on is that the next step in this process.
Actually, can I just
Yes, ma'am.
pause there, because there was something else that we discussed earlier. Some of our guidelines say that we can look at the impact of a certain development vis-à-vis the rest of the district.
Right.
Unfortunately, there is no rest of the district here, because Fifeville is not an architectural controlled district. So some of the guidelines, for instance, I think Mr. Reeder had recited some, we're being told that those don't help us to either confirm this application or deny, because they don't apply, because we're not allowed to consider the impact on the district. I'm just saying that people have said this. I don't know if I'm not taking a position. I'm just saying that this was presented to us, and that it would be a lot easier if this entire development, if all of your houses were part of an ADC district.
Can I make a point?
Yes, please. Our purview would be stronger. We're being told that. So I wanted to, yeah.
I am a member of the Fifeville community. My understanding, and other people may know better than I do, so please speak up if you do. I believe to be, considered an ADC district, residents of the neighborhood have to have a certain level of means to make modifications to their house, right? So you
Yeah.
are required to have an architect.
No, that's not.
Well,
that's
a
not
designer,
true.
no?
No.
No, the only thing that needs to be done is a historic survey, and
Oh,
in the
but no.
past-
But if we were to want to be in a historic district, if we were to decide that, that would mean the residents would want to, in order to make changes to their homes, have to go through the process of a design review. Correct?
If they were designated as contributing.
Correct, right. So I think that's the reason that Fifeville opted not to do that, because most of the residents
And that's
in
why
the neighborhood.
Belmont did too.
So therefore, wouldn't it logically follow that, you have to have a certain level of affluence to be in an ADC district?
That's
right?
very-
So how does Fifeville, have punitive, there's a certain punitive
also-
nature of that,
Yeah.
we're
There are
not
also
under the
historic
same.
conservation districts in the
Conservation
city,
district, right.
which is another tool which doesn't require, we only basically look at demolition, and we approve almost anything that's done in a historic conservation district. And that was another, I'm not sure if that was an option at the time. I think it came later.
But there's still a level of design, drawings that have to be done, right? There's,
No, with the.
Well,
with the
so to
HC
answer your question,
district.
so we did a historic survey of 10th and Page neighborhood, and it was when I looked at everything that's been surveyed, it was the hole in the donut. We did that in 2021, and the Department of Historic Resources was really enthused about it, and it was great. I mean, it was deemed eligible for the National Register, and I've had a lot of people say, well, why don't we make that a local district? And I think that if the folks of 10th and Page came and said, we want to do it, I would listen. But the thought of someone asking, hey, I have a choice of fixing my roof. I mean, I could say about my own house, I have to fix the metal roof, that's 40, 50K. I'd love to put an asphalt roof on there, I don't know. So what I do instead is I put duct tape on my roof. But the reality, so I think there's a reality to people, we would have to consider another district. You'd have to give some thought to what that means. And now the last district that was established was the Woolen Mills and then Rugby Road. Those were conservation districts. I think this was in 2017. I would say at this point, council is not going to approve anything unless there's overwhelming, and I mean overwhelming, if not universal support. But that's so to be helpful to folks here is that the process that you all have available, the applicant will, we meet monthly every third Tuesday, same time, 5:30. The applicants have to submit something, I think 3 weeks prior to the next meeting, and then I have to determine if I can get it on the agenda, if it's a complete application. So when something this moves forward as a formal request, the city used to require mailing to all the adjacent property owners. That doesn't require that anymore. All I have to do is stick a sign in the ground. So it does put a burden on you all to check the city calendar. Go on there at the beginning of the month. Well, we try to post our, the night before?
Yeah, you had the post up, and then we were like, why is this
When?
post there? And you didn't put it up until the nighttime of the night before.
Well, this is not, it wasn't this one. Oh, well, it wasn't this one because we don't post.
Yeah.
For-
the street zoning, sorry, yes.
Yeah, so we have to put
It's a problem
something.
with the new zoning ordinance. Go to council. I don't know why we took away the mailing requirement. Neighbors should know what's happening next to them. I mean, It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
We also, in the city, don't get the emails about it, so it's not.
Either do I.
That's why you know me now, and you ping me, but you look at on the city calendar and see what's on the BAR agenda. Because just like, where do you put this 11 by 17 sign, particularly on a project like this? But the next process then is it would come to the BAR, we'd have a meeting like this, it would be more formal. We would have the give and take as we've had tonight. The BAR would make a decision. All formal decisions by the Board of Architectural Review and are appealable to council. So if the BAR approves a COA for this thing and let's say has some conditions, says, all right, well, we approve this, but we want the building to be, only 2 stories tall and be made of bricks. The applicant can appeal that. So they can even appeal an approval. Any aggrieved party in the city can appeal. So if the BAR approved it, a community can appeal that approval to city council. If the BAR denied it, the applicant can appeal that to city council. So in many ways, a COA is really nothing more than a recommendation that after 10 days becomes official. So we're going through that right now with BAR. We've actually had several appeals this year. I don't think we had 5 appeals in the last 10 years, but this year primarily about the demolition of historic buildings. You all are following possibly the building over on Wirtland Street, which the developer wants demolished. The BAR denied it, and appeal to council. Council also denied it. So the avenue for participation is said, as you've done tonight, and again, it's great to have it, I think, but I only urge everyone to stay within the BAR's purview, because we're the BAR, let's say, to deny this project and say, I just don't like students, or I don't want this here or there. That is grounds for that easily when council gets it to say the BAR did not stay within its purview, because that, by its very nature, the appeal is to say, what did the BAR do right or wrong within its purview? It's not I appeal it because I disagree. It has to have.
And just to give an example of that, like, there were a lot of good comments about what the building is going to be used for. I mean, that's a logical issue to bring up, especially for you all who are going to have to live next to whatever it is that's going to be built there. But we can't comment on if it's a student housing or luxury housing. We'd have no say in that per our guidelines.
So that's not grounds for an
And I bring that up,
appeal,
it's just because
right?
I think it's important for you to be educated on what we do. I think you can be more impactful to understand what our limitations are. And I hope that's why maybe this dialogue was maybe more, one of the most enlightening things for you tonight, is to get a better understanding of where we sit and, what our jurisdiction is. I hope, anyway.
Yeah, so I think that's the point, is the BAR could, I know some would hope, say, we just disagree with this, the zoning, we don't like the zoning, we're not happy with the direction it's going. That is easy grounds for the applicant to appeal. The BAR, what's the reason for the appeal? The BAR went way outside its lane. Its decision was inappropriate and were not consistent with its code or its charge. So yes, you may hear me sometimes nudging folks back in their lane a little bit. But I'm trying to keep that, the more we, and I'm not one to color in the lines, but the more we color in the lines, then we have the validity of the decision if something is appealed or it is challenged. So that's, and I know the applicant's going to probably be upset with me. I'm not trying to roadmap how to say no, but that's the means to an end relative to a project like this, is for folks to stay involved, to offer the comments, and certainly, continue to express to council and the planning commission concerns you have about the zoning, but to ask the BAR things within the guidelines and within the criteria for their decision, and then they make their decision based on their judgment, and then that action is appealable to council. We do not get the final say. These folks don't. I don't get a vote, so I don't. Does that help? No? Doesn't make, well, I know it's not saying no, but at least there's a process, and that's the best I can offer you.
I think there was also some comments, some very valid comments about the height, the scale, the massing, and the character of the building, which I think is definitely within our purview. So I agree that this building is much too big in relation to the IPP properties. It very much dwarfs them, and it could react in a more responsive and sensitive way, and to the neighborhood, the adjacent neighborhood. So those are I've said it before, but I'll say it again tonight, so.
Carl, did you have a comment?
Sure.
Not to call you out.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
But you always do.
Always have a comment. So I just do want to start by just saying, just to make it clear, I'm not necessarily remorseful about voting for the zoning code. I did vote for it. I do see that there are some issues with the zoning code, but I do stand behind it as overall beneficial for the city, and it came out of a very, very long comprehensive plan process. There are some things that need to be fixed. The city is currently working on that. One of the things is, the guidelines set up by the Housing Advisory Committee inadvertently seem to be encouraging student housing, and I understand staff is working on that. But back to this project. So if we were to lop off the portions of the building that are not on the IPP site, I don't believe there'd be any material difference to this project as far as Fifeville is concerned. It would still be the same building that you guys are all seeing. So again, the only reason we are reviewing it is because there are portions of this building that overlap the properties that those IPPs are on, those two little houses. And honestly, I think that should they just be left out of the project, would probably be detrimental to those individually protected properties. So in that sense, it's...
Detrimental in as far as what?
As far as
Just go all
they
the
would
way.
remain in their current state of disrepair and disuse. And I'm not sure if, perhaps someone could purchase them and turn them into, each one could become a little house or something. But they would be sitting in front of and wrapped by this large 7-story building. So overall, as far as the building itself, I'm not a fan of the materiality. The first chance I get on when we update our guidelines is to remove fiber cement as an acceptable material for large buildings. So when you bring this back for its final review, I hope that you will come back with some information to tell me that this fiber cement will last. If it's 7 stories up in the air, I want to know that it's not going to have to be repainted at some point, or, if it is, that I guess at some point it will always have to be repainted, but at least it'll take a while. It won't mildew, which is what I'm seeing on a lot of the larger buildings around town. This stuff was advertised as lasting forever, and it's not a forever material. It is a very residential material, so if the information, I know you've got cut sheets in here, but if there's any warranty information or anything that could come with that, I think that would be helpful. You also mentioned vinyl windows, and our guidelines do discourage those, and it would be great if you could come back with some information on why we should approve those vinyl windows, why they should be an exception. I know we've done that in the past, so I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be nice to know why these windows are. Bring it next month, or when you come back with your final review. So that's just my general comments on portions of the building that I think could use some work. The renovation of the existing buildings, I think this is a very thorough application, and I think you've very carefully considered how to do that. One thing, for the windows, you just put our guidelines in there, and I just want to know that it sounds like you're just going to repair the windows, but if you end up replacing any, I would just like to know that those go to staff and they meet our guidelines and they're not vinyl. I think it's most important for these historic houses. I think you understand that, but it's covering our bases here. I'm fine with the opening up of that back wall to put the serving counter in. I think that's acceptable for bringing some life back to these buildings and making them useful. If there is a way to flip the location of the sidewalk and the planting strips so that this planting strip is against the street, maybe on Delavan, wherever, if there's a way. I know you've got probably utilities you got to work around. I'm sure you've got plenty of excuses. If there's a way, it would provide more room for those trees, which would provide the trees room for them to grow bigger and hopefully make this building a little less impactful when you're down on the street. It does look like you've got room on Delavan, but again, you've got the site plan that I can't see that, so. Let's see. And just for the sake of the public, this project does still need to go through zoning and development review. So, the fire department's going to look at it. Traffic engineering is going to look at it. They'll be looking at, how the project is staged, where roads are closed, any of that. So I'm not sure if there's an opportunity for public to comment on that, but there is, it is going to be reviewed. So just because you can put a 7-story building here doesn't necessarily mean you can put a 7-story building here if it doesn't work if you can't physically build it. So that's my commentary. Public's not going to like this. I think if you did those few things, I would be ready to vote approval for this next month.
Those are a lot of good nuts and bolts. Oh, go ahead.
I want to thank the applicant. I think they've done an excellent job of bringing a whole bunch of information, giving it to us, and letting us look at that. More so, I want to thank the people from Fifeville and the neighborhoods for coming out and speaking their heart and talking about how they care about their neighborhood and how they see about it. It's very, very important for me, sitting on this board, to be able to see this in a larger context. And I really appreciate everybody's heartfelt comments.
Moving on, I have some questions that are unrelated to any of this. So if you wish to,
I mean, the
you all can
the
stick.
application at all?
No, I have some BAR business.
Sherry's got a lot of notes.
I don't know. I did take notes on everything that was said with public comments. I tried to note your names, and I'm not a fast note taker, but I'm a slow listener and a slow note taker, but I tried to capture in my notes all of what everyone said this evening, I would say that. And I'm less prepared to give comments. I didn't know, we were hoping you would ask us questions tonight, and I don't know if that was clear. Staff told us that that would be the case. I know that this packet has been, there's been a lot of work that's gone on it, which I appreciate. I appreciate the information about the two houses and a little bit answering questions from our August and our June meeting about how those will fit in, how they'll be enveloped by the development plan, by the project. A lot of information about what you're doing to them. I don't think this is just maintenance or repair. In order to get to a place where these are incorporated into your development plan, a lot has to happen with them. I'm not, one of them I'm not sure if I would walk into today, at least I wouldn't go on the second story. Realizing that, thank you for that information. I continue to have questions, as does Ms. Tabaney, about massing, about height, about impacts. I appreciate the comments from the neighbors about natural light being blocked. I do think that that is an issue, and that should be a guideline that we follow. There have been buildings in the city, and some of them were mentioned in the public comments, that have really changed quarters in our city and neighborhoods in our city permanently. For as long as those buildings will be there, those places have been changed permanently. So I think that's a huge consideration for us. I think, the big factor here is that is just the quality of the neighborhood. It's not like some other neighborhoods that might be able to bear a plan like this being shoehorned into it. It's a really delicate neighborhood with a lot of beautiful historic homes, but they are 1 and 2 stories. Maybe they're 2 stories with a gabled roof, so give it 2.5. But we're not seeing 3 and 4 story buildings here, so it's just a really difficult fit. I also have a lot of concerns about the impact that this building will have, and I hope the applicant will be able to address this, on First Baptist Church. I don't think that facade, I don't think we've ever gotten an elevation of it, much less in context, and maybe I'm wrong, but John, I just can't remember that you brought that to us. It might be good to bring that to us, or you can send it to all of us as a reminder that you gave it 2 meetings ago, but that's a historic asset. I'm sorry.
We do have the elevation facing the church. Which elevation are you talking about?
That would be the one. Was it in the packet? Okay, I'll look again. I am concerned, though. I don't consider the railroad to be your adjoining parcel. I consider that church to be your adjoining parcel, and its impacts on it could be great. So I would like to have some consideration. And I mean, we're not the only ones who consider the guidelines. I just want to remind the applicant and everybody else this. You can address them as well. I mean, and I think much of your application has done a good job doing that and pointing out guidelines that are favorable to your application. But if you could look at them and let me know how you get to be next to that historic church and that historic asset. There aren't many like them in our city. So if you could address that as well as the impacts to this neighborhood, that would be great. I don't really have any other more specific comments per our guidelines. Not everybody can be Carl and be as thorough as he is.
Thanks, Ms. Lewis.
Not sure that's a good thing.
I think the overriding issue here is, this is a zoning issue, unfortunately. It's, this is why we're here, because this is by right. And A number of you said, what do you think personally? Personally, I'm along with the group that doesn't think this is appropriate. Appropriateness speaks for itself. And I think given the nature of your kind of precious historic neighborhood, zoning has sort of failed in that, an area like where this is going should have some kind of a buffer consideration, to allow for the massing and the scale that is more in keeping with this neighborhood. If we were to evaluate this in any other ADC, we would be very specifically talking about the massing, the scale, and how it relates to the neighborhood. We're not doing that. I hope you're all aware of why we're not doing that right now. But this is the conundrum sort of that we're in. And I think that's an important point to be made. I think there were also precedents, the projects on Main Street, which actually some of them are good projects. I disagree with some of the comments made that the Blue Moon Diner project is the worst building in town. But that's personal opinion, and it doesn't really matter here. I think with the distinction, what I want to make is that those projects are different and that they are on a busy commercial connector. This is a different location. And again, I find this to be a zoning error. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
I think we probably do owe it to the applicant to say, because they're going to come back with something.
Yes.
And they're going to want to know what it takes to get approval. And we're missing 4 people, unfortunately, so I probably would recommend emailing the 4 that are missing. But, as far as you guys are concerned, are you willing to approve what comes back to us next time if it looks like this, or?
I keep getting stuck on the fact that there's a building recently completed by the architects in Stonefield that looks very similar to this. And I can't square in my mind how that architecture goes in Fifeville, like next to Costco and next to Delavan Street. I can't square that in my mind. And so I would have a hard time approving this project if it stays the same scale and character that's shown.
I have no problem with the building as it stands alone. I have utmost praise for the presentation and the thoroughness and everything that's come in front of us. But I agree that there's something about the location that this doesn't, honestly, just doesn't sit right with me.
Do you need to see a significant reduction in massing to approve it?
That's what I'd like to see.
Okay. Sherry?
Yes.
Same thing?
And I would like to see a reduction in the massing also.
I don't know if significant is what I would say, because I'm not certain what our ability is, but I'd say yes.
So you've got 4 that are saying reduce the massing, you've got 1 that's saying give us some quality assurance, and then you've got 4 people who aren't here that you probably need to check in with.
Okay, I think that's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ultimately, I would hope that the city could look at zoning and this becomes a zoning issue. It's difficult from our perspective to make an evaluation because we're making an evaluation on an IPP.
I probably should say one thing. So obviously with a project that's this expensive, that we don't just come in and hope for the best on these. We look at options. We look at all sorts of options. What if you vote favourably, if you don't vote favourably? Taking a floor off would kill this project. So that's what you would be voting for. You would be voting for, which would be totally contrary to the comp plan, the zoning ordinance, and what I listed, the 5 or 6 things. So I just want you to realise what you're doing, and you have a balanced. I think Ms. Taberny is totally biased on the whole project. Probably should excuse yourself or recuse yourself. But I just want you to be aware that we've been working on this for a year, and to take a floor off would really kill the project. And I think we'll go back and discuss with the client what he wants to do, but I want you to know what you're potentially doing. And if that firm walks away from it, as you said, Carl, you're back having these two buildings dilapidated. And probably next time you come back, one of them may not be there. I mean, if you've looked at them, and I think some of you walked around the site. I think that's all, but I thank you for your time, and I thank you for the comments from the Fifield neighbourhood. It's all good information, and we take it to heart.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Matthews. All good points. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? I'm so sorry to go back here, but I was shocked that Mr. Matthews said something about a member's bias, and for public, because we've been pretty much, this has been a dialogue all night. We are required to recuse ourselves. The standard is pretty low. It's when we basically have a financial interest in the outcome of the decision. Ms. Tabity, I'm sure, does not. We all have biases. We all have opinions. That's one of the reasons that, besides professional expertise, which I don't have, we were appointed to this board, that we could make a difference, that our biases and differences may be all over the gamut, but that we can't divorce ourselves as decision makers, and we are unpaid. We're not like council or planning commission. We are completely unpaid. We did get pizza tonight, though, and it was really good. Thank you. But I don't think that, if somebody expresses that they don't approve of or won't vote in favor of something, or may support it, that proves any sort of bias. So I just think that was inappropriate. I'm sorry, my friend, Mr. Matthews, but I have to point that out. I don't think that's a good strategy for you to take at any of us. I'm sorry.
Yes, would you like to make a comment?
Just that there's been a lot of really great conversation, and I thank you for your time. I think there have been a lot of really valuable and important opinions expressed, and I recognize that some of those are more or less relevant to the work that you are able to do. I also want to just say how much I appreciate speaking about the work that is relevant and what you can do, as well as your own personal ideas and values. And I just don't want us to end the night on a false dichotomy, right? As presented, that either this goes exactly the way it is, or the whole thing's going to fall apart. I think what's clear from tonight is that there are so many different options for us to work together and think together and find a path forward together, that I just felt really passionately about saying, let's reject that false dichotomy.
Thank you. I think that's a good place to end the meeting.
Well, not to me. That part.
Well, and that portion.
Jeff needs to talk at us for an hour. You guys can stay or not.
I've never.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a couple quick updates. Sorry.
It's just a point of information. You don't have to respond to it.
Hey, how you doing?
Sorry, I just figured I'd. And I was trying to, I know it came off as me sounding that I was blaming the neighborhood for not being.
Yeah, but we're not.
I get it. I mean, no, I get why. I get why.
It is, but that's not why we
I don't
heard.
agree with it, but it's exactly why you're concerned. Like, it's gonna be a burden financially to make, there's also a false understanding that everybody's gonna have to pay out money.
Thank you very much.
And that's not the case by Matt.
Everybody's gonna what?
That you have to pay out money, to even be in the neighborhood.
Oh, sure.
We did the most service just by allowing that dialogue. Because we could have sat here.
But that's not, it's not protected.
No, thank you. I should have said something. I was like in a
I just
low.
figured
You rolled me out of that.
You brought all the way down to the lower street, not just the.
I heard that giggle. Yeah, it's right. You have to keep in mind.
This was funny because we used to do this in City Rush in the 1980s.
I don't know for sure. I think you just
Start
have to
laughing
get
at them.
a permit for that. I don't think you have to to go through us. I don't think.
But it's a very polite way to.
But yeah, call.
Yeah.
You do have my contact information, right?
But there's no state.
I think we laid it out about as well as we could.
It's just been a while since, I don't know what. Okay. You too.
Well, I'm like, there needs to be more representation.
That was a really good one.
So they take off the limitation on this? I mean, that would be a longer discussion with our guideline update. Which I think I have a list of those. I know. So we're looking at minor text amendments first, and then they have three tiers. Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is minor text amendments. Tier 2 is like small, fussy changes. And Tier 3 is stuff that's going to take some time. And I think we're trying to tackle by early next year, like in the next 4 months. So that's the goal. Planning Commission's working on that.
There just needs to be
So
some.
the zoning stuff goes through the planning commission. A recommendation to.
Yeah, he lives on,
But council's gonna
has
look
the
at it
new
at the same
house
time
on
in
Bridge
the
Street
work sessions.
that I was on the.
We don't agree with
Sons?
even though somebody told them.
It was right there. Snake it up bit you. I was afraid to say, were you looking for that?
Just needed to come back in and say hi to us.
Have a good evening.
Yeah.
All right, quickly. 1301 Wurtland Street. We didn't meet in September. I wasn't able to really give you guys an update. But as you know, on September 2nd, council met and they, I don't want to say upheld, but they denied the request. So the applicant is in the process of looking at the remedy. It's now in the city attorney's office, but there is, I'm not aware of taking it to court, Sherry, that we don't have any information about that. Nothing's been, we haven't been served.
Good.
But there is a provision in the ordinance that allows them, the owner, and we've only done it one other time, and Sherry was involved, so she's my expert witness, but the ordinance allows, if the council has denied a demolition appeal, then the owner can make the property available for a period, because of the value, for a period of 12 months, after which, and they have,
If nobody buys it, they can.
they basically can demolish it by right.
That's hopefully that.
But the criteria, the requirement is that offered at a reasonable market,
What's the name of the owner on that? I forgot, sorry.
7 development? Is that
something, yeah, seven something,
Development.
not Lucky 7, but yeah, 7. So it has reached a point where I'm not communicating with the applicant, the applicant's talking to the city attorney, so, attorney to attorney.
Are they trying to sell it now, or what are they doing?
That's my understanding. I'm just giving you that's where the discussion's going. And, but I'm now a fly on the wall of the conversations, and I'll share with you what I know as we go.
clock ticking for this whole
I-
year period?
I don't,
What are you talking about?
Be creative, you would send me some.
I will let you know when I know more.
What? Wait a minute, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Is the clock ticking?
You mean on the year?
Yeah.
Well, but they haven't appealed, so it doesn't matter. But they do have it for sale for over $4 million.
So, so I will keep you in the loop as I hear more. But they are pursuing a remedy through the code that would allow them at a given period of time, if the property hasn't sold, to request the
It's not
demolition.
a year, I think it's less than a year, and we probably need to stay on top of that so that we can advocate if it gets close to that, that maybe there's somebody who's got some money.
There's somebody who has the money who wanted to, but it's for sale now for $4 million. And, well, as long as we're talking about this, I might as well just say it. That person who was interested in buying it, maybe for what the developer bought it for, closer than that, but not for $4 million, blames us because the developer thinks he can sell it for $4 million because we approved an apartment building on it. And he thinks that vests him or any subsequent buyer with the ability to put something on that property. And because of vested rights, for a little while, that might be true. Anyway, I'll check out, I can find the ordinance and read it out.
Well, I can read the ordinance, and I'm just saying that I will share information as I'm comfortable sharing it. When things go lawyer to lawyer, and that's some of what happened a little bit this evening, was there were, a lawyer was questioning our process, and once that happened, it took my discussion with John. Once you have a lawyer contacting us, I can't.
John had a lawyer
There were questions that appeared to be of that nature. So that was some of what was complicating bringing this forward tonight. So I just saying, when I'm sharing with you, I'm sharing with you what I can. I'm not withholding anything, but it's reached a situation where the city attorney's involved and the applicant's attorney are involved. So I keep my opinion myself.
What's happening for 7th Street?
No, 1301.
Okay.
Well, it was a questioning the policy for 7th Street relative to questioning the policy of what needs to be done before something can be taken to the BAR. And I had no problem bringing it to you guys for discussion. Now, so that's where we are on Wirtland Street. Hopefully I'll know more by the end of this week. Sherry, the questions you said about the valuation and what that's based on, I might have some more clarity on that. But
That's unfair. I mean, they could just hold it hostage for a reasonable amount, but
Well,
They have.
it's a determination, per the code, it's a reasonable market value, something, it's a.
Fair market value.
Fair market value. So who makes that determination?
I don't, but that's, I know that's the term they use.
Well,
It didn't get changed.
not me. So the second thing is, I think everybody but one person, I cross out the CLG training requirements, but I'm going to make sure we cover those better next year. It's a report that's
Did a
due.
new person happen to not make it? They could be exempted out.
Well, they haven't helped. You guys have done far better than any BAR I've had, so I think we're in pretty good shape. But the reason I was pushing is because I have to turn that report in January, and that's when we end up going, well, gosh, what did I do a year ago? So thank you all.
You sending us, multiple links.
Right, and everybody, so I very much appreciate what
So
you all
I
did.
think if it's the person's new.
I can't-
They've been on here for-
No, it was actually someone that's been here a while, is causing me grief. All right, second thing, the,
Can tonight count as CLG for next year? There was a lot of learning tonight.
You know,
I learned a lot.
it's possible, but I would have to say that I prepared it, and winging it, I don't think particularly counts, but yeah, maybe we count as 15 minutes. The, very briefly, Kate mentioned to you at the beginning, or at the early meeting, we have a new thing I'm not sure what to call it, whereby your attendance at meetings is taken and it's recorded, available to the public. So the public can check and see who came to the meetings, who can't. We don't have to get into it now, but I'll explain all that. But we do have in our bylaws, excused absences, unexcused absences.
We did have a member, this is before a lot of our, but there was a member, the minutes that I asked for, just 3 years ago, I was reading down them, and one of the members, like, last name was there, and I was like, who is that?
That's right.
And then I remembered, that was the member that only came to like one meeting.
One.
And that was his only meeting.
It was just like-
After the minutes that I asked for.
Yeah.
He, like, council appointed him, never came. Like, it was like a joke about how many creative things he could make up to not be at our meetings.
It was pretty bad. So yeah, that was resolved. But just so, in case you
I
get,
literally didn't I was like, who is that?
so
My
your
minutes.
your friends and neighbors say, hey, I saw you didn't go to that meeting. This is something that will be public, and we'll go more into that. Then I had two questions. The first one is, I keep forgetting, we can look down there, but this is on Second Street. This is downhill from Bill Lucy's house. And I'm not asking you yes or no, but they want to change the front walk. I'm like, what kind of, I mean, is a photograph, obviously some sort of sketch plan or something, but
So what do they want to put there?
the walkway on the right, you want to remove the brick
So is it
walk.
current brick?
Is on the left, yeah. So I'm not thinking in terms of yes or no, it's just like what kind of, this is kind of a hairy homeowner thing, how much detail, is a rough sketch and a photograph good, or,
Some material callouts? Like,
Okay.
What is that? What are those plants? I don't know. Are those boxwoods?
yeah, the boxwoods are
Yeah,
there.
they're pretty amazing.
Yeah, can they like keep those on site and transplant them? Or?
But this is a really interesting house entirely, because in the backyard is it's the one that used to be the girls' school, right? Or is that one
Oh,
more
no,
down?
This is not my
The next one down is that one. It's got the amphitheater in the backyard.
This used to be the other one used to be the girls' school.
Yeah. So, okay. What's that?
Is this one we reviewed a while ago?
We looked at some, they talked about fixing some things,
Yeah.
some shutters, but I think that may have been the one downhill. But, all right, well, I'll keep it simple, and we'll get them to bring that back to you. Because I'm not well, I need to go through
It's just the walk and the plantings, that's it?
Well, all they're going to be doing is pushing back, removing some of the boxwoods, and then replacing a brick walk with the flagstone. The guidelines don't really say no. I think the challenge on this would be if I knew this was a designed landscape, that this is, had been there, this was part of, but I'm not qualified to make that judgment. But
Are they doing this just because they don't like the current entrance?
I mean, down the street up the hill from my house, so I walk by it a lot. It feels a little enclosed. Now, they could probably do it again with softening the plantings there. So I think this is an aesthetic preference, and I'll keep my opinion myself. I think it opens it up a little bit too much, but I think the key question would be removing the brick walk and replacing it with a flagstone appropriate here. But I really was just asking sort of this, not going to get too complicated, the simplicity of an application. And then the other one is, this is our favorite measuring thing on the mall. I was at Rapture a couple weeks ago joking with Mike Rohde about how many people, you remember the guy that was laying on the road? Yeah, so how many people equal what? So what they've asked is that artwork that we okayed up on the facade, the photograph at the top is at night. And the question was, can they illuminate those?
Sorry.
And
Predicted. Is this Ally who still wants this?
yeah. And the thing that's troubling is I'll sit there, the last several, Fridays, and no one sees it, but I'll point it
I
out.
happened to look up there the other time.
And no one's noticing it, so I think to some extent, but yet when people do, they get, that's really cool. So the response is positive. Reason I'm asking is, now we know this is not a historic facade, but Kate, so on the mall, it's not unusual to have lights.
You mean the SCUMA building wants to be lit?
We got the green lights gone, so we have lights on the mall, sort of these barn lights. And go ahead, Kate, keep flicking down. But so it's not unusual to do that. They could do something like that.
Good looking up.
I was wondering if, maybe this is, maybe more an architect question. Keep going, Kate. But there are, no, down.
I did. It's
And-
twice in
There. So there's like the barn lights, or, it's something more modern.
It's just more stuff on that facade.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're gonna have, they got the little pictures up there, and then they're gonna start having these little things sticking out to light them, and it's just more junk.
And then Ally's gonna want strobe lights or something, and then he's gonna want music and a speaker up there.
I think the art that they put up there, it's cool, it is cool, but I don't think light on it's just gonna be distracting from the storefronts down below.
I'll take an opposite opinion because it's not a historic facade, and I'll just say, let him do what he wants to do.
I don't know, I think there's such thing as too much light. That's getting to be
That's
too much.
true. Okay, within the confines of good lighting.
Yeah, it's, I was going to tell him, if you do something, go to a lighting consultant, something minimal that illuminates those, that is concealed, or it's not. What I'm hearing from you all is we don't want bright lights, and we also don't need more stuff. So if there's a way to illuminate those that's not obtrusive, maybe we consider it.
It also doesn't seem to make sense to like attach them to the cornice above. That feels like inappropriate to me, and I don't know where you would put it otherwise. Like coming from the parapet? I don't know.
So I was hoping one of you architects would say something really cool.
I'm saying don't do it.
Use these
Not
new
necessary.
space-age lights from NASA.
It's hovering.
Yeah, that's
Does he
right.
want one light for each section?
I don't know.
So there would only be 3?
You could launch drones every night.
Little drones, yeah.
Yeah.
Just have somebody out there hold a candle, and then, all right.
Everything doesn't need to be lit up.
While we're on the downtown mall, did the cafe rules get
No.
passed and accepted?
Yes.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Oh, they did? But they're not enforced yet.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Just
write a letter.
Everything looks the same.
Okay.
Okay, I think we should.
I mean, because I was eating at Lazy's, and they still had the fake flowers.
Yeah, why hasn't it been enforced, Jeff?
Oh, no.
No, I'm serious. I mean, I know we're in a public meeting, and I'm not asking you to call out colleagues, but that's,
No one's fallen down. It's just that I think there's some evaluating priorities relative to some of the hopes and wishes and requests of the business community, balanced with enforcement of some things. So I think and plus we're having some transition and responsibilities on the mall right now. So, but I think some of it is there's some balancing going on, and it's not a withdrawal from the guidelines that were adopted, and it's not, no one's backing away from them. It's a there's obviously a lot going on in the mall right now. We've already had a conversation about that. So it's trying to weigh how heavy a hand here, how light a hand there, and it's above my level. In fact, I will say, to the point where I remind folks, the BAR does not enforce zoning. We can point things out. The BAR can comment on things, but the enforcement responsibilities are with zoning.
Yet staff
does receive a lot of things that are coming at us that we have to ignore.
Or strategic, but yes, there is a recognition of things on the mall and an understanding that a threshold has been reached. And so trying to determine how do we line up the actions.
This may be continuing this or maybe separate. What about things that the city puts on the mall that seem to be, I'm thinking like the purple lights, which I don't know why they're purple.
See,
but they
I
also
close
seem
my
to be,
eyes when I walk by.
They
and I
get kicked
don't.
over and they get like,
I've been very,
half don't work.
I was told they were temporary. And I was adamant that if they became permanent, we needed to be asked, and that we would likely not okay them because of they're not part of the design. The wires, I mean, it just looks, the result of the lighting is great.
They don't
The
get
lights
maintained.
themselves look like, there are,
Someone put them out there and then like a year later, people have moved them all over the
still there.
place and they shine in your face because they're not shining up the trees anymore.
The trip hazards too, I think.
And one other thing that we discussed and had brought before us was the tree study. Was that ever funded by?
well, we tried to, Kate worked triple overtime to get a grant request in, but we unfortunately did not get that grant. That would have funded a couple million towards it. We did not get it. Now it's really coming down to what council is willing to put into the CIP. So I think that's where
Anything that the planning commission needs to advocate for?
well, there's a lot in there, but I think, and I don't know this, I haven't gotten involved in the budget process yet. I don't know how much they're talking about for the tree plan, but I know that that's what it's going to come down to, is that will funds be allocated?
What's the majority of the funding for?
Well, I think, didn't Paul Josie say something like $1 million a block to?
It was something like a lot.
Well-
Because part of the plan was just starting to call out some.
And that's being done. The Stephen Gaines is doing a lot of what he can do through his authority, but to replant new trees and the situation with the root cells and the situation with some infrastructure that's in the way. There's also some infrastructure that's programmed to be relocated, so that it's trying to choreograph all of that. We've got the mall crossings starting, and of course, next year's the 50th anniversary of the mall, and we'll have crossings dug up. So, but as far as the trees go, I believe it's really a function right now of how the financing, or I'm sorry, how the funding is put together.
When is the Second Street crossing going to be done, the one that we talked about and approved?
It's the 7th and 4th Street. I know that the plans have gone through, and they changed the plans per my requests, because they had some things that weren't right, so the plans look good. I believe, I don't know, that it's now like they're gonna go out for bid, or, but as far as timing though, I honestly don't know.
I thought it was pretty urgent when it was brought before us. I thought they wanted to start right away.
So it's just a function of, how quickly someone responds.
The Second Street one really looks bad. I mean, both of them do.
Oh.
But Second Street is just
I don't look at those, I don't look at the hotel.
for pedestrians.
It's just, it's getting where I'm,
Yeah, it's really, it's bad.
I mean, and the runnels are in
They're
terrible
in
shape.
really bad
It is a little bit of, I'm dismayed. Next year's our 50th anniversary of the mall. We're going to, see all these activities centered around it, and I think the condition of the mall is not great. I'm surprised more people with heels aren't tripping and falling in the runnels. So, but yes, Carl, I think in the Planning Commission, you all paying attention to that, to the CIP process, and
I mean, it's imminent, so, I mean, if there's stuff that we need to be looking at, like if we're not gonna get new trees in the mall for the next 5 years, because it's not in the CIP, it would be nice to know that.
So
Because those the figures they give us don't always, it's not clear what everything is.
Because there's, yeah, and Paul's given his best, but there's underground stuff that's just some unknowns that they have to account for. And do they have to move it? And then who moves it? And is it part of a planned project, or is it something they have to finance or fund? The last piece is, and this is, I have been under tremendous pressure to put together a plan to complete the update of the guidelines. And Jerry, I appreciate your note, and I understand where you are. Can't fully advise on what to do, but the response that I can give you is that we need to update the guidelines. Yes, absolutely, and that's been on me. It is an extremely complicated thing, and I have been working on, I have a lengthy document, but when you start to think about just some of the questions that we have to pull together, for example, I have historic district guidelines for the ADC districts, the conservation districts. I have the design guidelines for the entrance corridors, so I have 3 sets of design guidelines I need to update. I have, some of that involves, should we be reevaluating the boundaries of our historic districts? That's probably too much, take that away. How much should we be evaluating conflicts with the current zoning? One answer I've gotten is, well, that would take a lot, so update your guidelines, and then as we come up with conflicts in the code, we can address them as they go. Well, all right, so so there's a lot of how far do I want to go? What are some of the answers? We're supposed to by code evaluate the contributing structures within districts. Does that need a consultant to go around and evaluate those?
Yes.
So there's a lot of little questions of, do we bite this elephant all at once? Do we bite it and take it in bites? But if I take it in bites,
Evaluate the contributors, isn't that already been done? Or
by code, I'm supposed to,
reevaluate, in other words?
Well, I think the last time we had a work session on this, we noticed that a lot of the buildings that are contributing, there were some questions, like why are they contributing, or why are some not contributing?
so what would be the, and I'm not saying to answer or even talk about it, but consider that. Consider of the, 1,500 properties that we have within historic districts alone. And probably 80-90% of them have contributing structures. Some have several. Some are gone. Some shouldn't be. Some should be. But who's going to evaluate that, and what time would that take? We've all had the same questions about like West Main, that area where between the bridge and 10th Street, that's kind of a no man's land. What are our guidelines telling us to do there? Signs are a big one. So I put together this list of questions, whatabouts, and that, are meaningful questions. A very big one, and this goes to what Jerry contacted me about. Should we sit down with council and say, before we update these guidelines, are there things that, should we not look at solar panels because do you want us to allow them? But, cart before the horse, I don't know the answers, but as I pull this plan together, my next step will be to sit down with you all, small group, individually. I want to sit down with Breck. I want to sit down with Tim Moore. I want to sit down with Melanie Miller and former BAR members and say, what do you think? And I think the ask that I would have out to you all is that, what are the things, that we need to change in the guidelines? I know we have some process things. We have some things even in the ordinance that I think needs to be changed. I think, looking at all 4 sides of a building, so I'm bringing stuff to you, somebody's building a shed in their backyard, and we're having to review it. So I need a good, honest critique of the guidelines and the process, and that's going to take some work. But we're also, Kate and I are in the process of offering comment on some not updates to the zoning, but they're in the second tier of looking at, we've adopted this ordinance where are some of the holes and some of the mistakes. And not a lot of attention was given to the design district, control district. So there's some things that even got omitted that we have to go back and add back in. So we're very, very busy with process. But please give some thought to, if you could snap your fingers and change the guidelines, or the process, big picture kind of stuff, or some of the maybe even insurmountable questions that we've dealt with.
Just based on tonight, let's start by, some kind of a recommendation back to the planning commission to illuminate some of these, pinch points in the zoning. This is a good example. Like, why doesn't a neighborhood like Lakeville have a buffer zone or some sort of there's no reason why there couldn't be an amendment made to help better protect these places that need a little help.
Well, the height limitation of the previous, just an example, the height limitation of the previous zoning ordinance that said you could only build, it related to all the other buildings in the block. Within,
200%.
They occupy an entire block, I'm not sure how that applies, anyway. But that you would average, so you never get something like this that's 4 times these, or whatever, it's almost 4 times the existing height, but you get, average plus 50% or something like that.
Yeah.
So you have reasonable increases in height of massing, but not, the behemoth that's being plumped down.
That's where I want to start, because
Yeah.
that was uncomfortable tonight. It's like, this is a conundrum.
And there was another issue that had been brought up before about 7th Street, about student housing being within so many.
Yeah, that's
The
that's
city
not us.
staff.
Well, I understand that,
That was
but
our
did,
purview.
does city council know that city staff approved that?
Council sees everything, so even if council, nothing's done by sort of fiat by staff. If there's something in our process, it goes.
So council did approve that.
No, the council hasn't taken action on that. That was a staff determination, whether this is in a half-mile radius of BVA.
So there's the zoning administrator can interpret the code. They are allowed to do that. But.
You just said yes, it is.
Yeah.
And is that then legal, or does council have the right to say that wasn't right?
Well, it's sort of like a law, it's like legislation. If council doesn't want that, then they can amend the code. If they don't like an interpretation, or someone can appeal the BCA type of thing. But council doesn't jump in and, but again, this is the zoning side of things, and I don't dodge it out of laziness. It's hard enough in my lane, but that's why I try to say, if they want to say that's within a quarter mile of grounds, or it's, not within a foot of it.
It is within a quarter mile of some UVA property.
Yeah, I saw how they
But
do
not
that.
central grounds.
Yeah, no.
And that's all the zoning ordinance requires.
That it be within a quarter mile of.
So if tonight this project had been for regular old apartments, would that change how you all are looking at this? No one said it. I was waiting for someone to say it. If this were just apartments, an apartment building for, my wife, because she didn't want to live in, I don't know, my parents. Well,
I think if it were just,
But we
if
know
we're
that
just
they
for
did,
people.
they did student because they can get more density.
I understand, but my
It's
point
more
is
it's
that
more easily
the
profitable.
problem is the height, massing, and scale of this building, not who's going in it.
Yeah.
And that's and it's fair to point that finger at that, but I think,
Students aren't necessarily going to go into it, right?
I don't know what's going to happen next to it. I don't know what, I don't know. But I just say, my question validly is if this were, a regular apartment building or an office building.
And isn't there already built in transition for the Delavan Street side?
The zoning code, and that's why they step down to about 3
Right.
stories and then step back.
they would just say
The problem for the neighbors that have the condominium that's next door is that they're also zoned CX5, which means there is no transition. So that's where they're getting upset.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm just saying, I think it's the height and massing and scale of this thing, pure and simple. And that's within your purview to evaluate and comment on, but
The graphic says it all, the little cartoon graphic of the monster surrounding those two, that says it all.
Because
Those are red.
If, you know, said, if Reed Broadhead had said, nah, this is 2 inches beyond being student housing, and the applicant said, all right, fine, we're gonna just do regular apartments or make it a hotel, it still would be here in front of you.
And
It'll
what
be
is,
the
what is
building.
the affordable housing that was going to be built right off Main Street?
I don't know where that went. The one that, next to West Haven?
Yeah, well, we have the West Haven and then we had
The one at Wortland?
In Wortland.
They didn't get their funding.
Did that
They
have anything to
didn't.
do with us?
After all that,
Well,
UVA could have funded it.
That's what everybody
They're
keeps
behind
saying.
it.
Yes, they didn't get their funding.
They did, so
Board of
that's not going
Visitors
to
is
happen.
going to pay for that.
I can't say that, I just know that I heard.
In
they
the
did.
last meeting,
They're
they
gonna
tried to blame us on not getting their funding.
Ah,
They always
Remember
get
that?
that, you know.
I don't know
Because
this
we
as a
asked for,
fact,
like,
but
I don't know.
I think they just have to wait for the next round, for the next
Okay.
year.
And what about West Haven?
What about West
Their
Haven?
project's moving forward, I don't know.
That
what
is
the-
moving forward.
The West Haven project.
Yeah.
I don't know the status of it, I don't know how that's being financed and managed, but I know that their plan's in pretty good
We don't
shape.
see
They
that
made some
either.
changes that kind of they just shifted some things a little bit for some alignments. A key thing they really want is that connection to West Main, and it looks like there's one there on the side of the Standard. And I don't know if that's been guaranteed, although that is there's a utility running there. But
Awful connection.
my comment to the city folks is that that connection to West Main is critical if the city could get involved in securing that. Thing is the land is not being sold, it's a long-term lease.
I think these
So
are all
we can't
post-meeting
encumber
discussions, aren't they?
An easement.
What's that?
type of
These
thing.
are all post-meeting discussions, aren't they? Should we conclude the
We
meeting?
can.
Can we adjourn?
Well, it's helpful for you all to know a little bit of the background, but yeah, I haven't heard, I mean, I like the Verb, I don't know, I went by there once a couple months ago, for all I know, they're done. That thing's frightening, that's just
I haven't
like
been by there
3
yet.
city
Where's
blocks
that?
over off of South Lawn,
That was the IPP that they tore down?
the JPA.
Right.
Stadium.
Over at Tudor
Yes,
House.
that thing.
Didn't see it.
Gigantic.
Just one thing, back to the Wordland demolition, it is a year, the property
year,
over
right.
90,000, that's how
Okay.
outdated
Yeah.
it is, and I
It's-
don't know why council didn't update that with me. Anything over 90,000 in value has to wait out a year, because that was written in 1972 or something.
That's good. I don't know why I had like 6 months in my head, because I remember
Well, they're
something
different
was-
valuations,
Okay.
but the first valuation is,
It
you
worried
can
me.
market it for 3 months if it's less than 20,000.
Yeah.
Like, real estate,
That's
it's
Doesn't
not my
exist,
swing
yeah.
set, so,
a car.
But I think to what the gentleman was saying about, and I shouldn't have interrupted, but, you know, when he said in Tarleton Oak, that was approved. I mean, everything got approved. They had a site plan and a BAR approval for the project on
And
Second Street.
Levine walked away from.
Levine walked away from.
Violet Crown.
Why did
not
that happen?
us.
Why? I didn't.
I
Do you know?
heard it was financing.
It's a complicated project.
Well,
It's
the news
complicated.
today is that property's been purchased,
Yeah.
and it'll be run as they want to
Oh,
continue
wow.
the.
Three women bought the property and made a deal with
Who
the.
did?
3 women here in Charlottesville.
Right.
Bought the property and have made a deal with the operator of the movie theater.
Did it say who they were?
Yes.
Who were they?
Have to look at it's on the news,
No.
local news. It'll be on that.
612 West Main Street was approved. That was, nothing's been realized in that one. The 218 West Market, before it became a hotel, was being pursued as a 7-story residential. They got a special use permit to go height.
Yeah, but to blame us for those 2 things, that was really,
Yeah,
that
and
wasn't
so it's.
well researched.
I get it all the time. People say, oh, the BAR this, BAR. And I'll go, well, what project? And I'll go back and
When
look it
somebody
up.
else said the BAR
And it's-
low regard.
It is.
I'm like,
And,
for what?
and we are assuming that Levine is going ahead with the hotel
He is.
at the Artful
He
Library.
is, I can confirm that.
Okay.
But I think that's why the dialogue that we had is valuable, is because it did sort of, I think, inform people on some falsehoods that were in their minds about
Yeah,
what we
just-
do and what our purview is and what we did or did not do, so.
Well, I think they're also frustrated because they don't have anywhere else
Yeah.
to
Yes.
get up and say anything, and slow or stop a project.
Yeah, but it's all our fault because we were, the comp plan, when did you not hear for the last, or the comp plan, the zoning ordinance? We all heard about it for 3 years. And how many of us engaged and said it's not right? I have a lot of opinions about it, I won't go on all night, but
It's hard to imagine like going through each property and saying, well, this doesn't make sense. It feels like there needs to be an interim period where we're evaluating it in real time, but it could
I
shift,
just
but maybe
think
it won't.
It's just too much and none of us could,
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Our chair is trying to make us.
I'm trying to, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Then meeting adjourned.
Jeff, quick question.
If it were earlier.